So this morning, I know it's hella fucking early. I've been waking up at like 4. So I was scrolling on I was scrolling through my YouTube, and I saw Miss Irene Yvette. Shout out to Irene. She posted, I didn't see her live last night. I'm gonna have to go ahead and look at that. But she posted a question on her community wall just, I don't know how many hours ago, but I just responded to it. But she was asking the men, or I think she was asking the women, like, what would you rather be? Pretty, illiterate, not financially secure, or pretty educated, financially secure, literate, or you're just too retarded to pick a spouse, which is funny. And of course, 91% of the people chose the second option, which is to be pretty and educated. Now, there is a dialogue going around on YouTube, and I don't think Kevin Samuels is the first person to mention this, but he's definitely the first to popularize this thing. This concept of getting with an educated woman is problematic. He likes to call black women, or women in general, who have an education, PhDs, in a mocking fashion. So I wanted to come on here because I wanted to explain to y'all that I guess there have been a few people who I've come in contact with who automatically assume that my mentality is something that I learned from a single mother. Because again, apparently in this space, if a man doesn't like what you're doing, you were raised by a single mother. If you tell a man, hey, you need to wipe your ass, oh, and he doesn't like it, oh my God, you were raised by a single, it's just, listen, it's a weird space. And I, like, some of the realities, I understand people have different realities, right? But I'm sensing like this collective cognitive dissonance and just collective contradictions from men, right? And they'll go on here and they'll say, oh, black women have unrealistic like expectations of men and stuff like that. And to a certain degree, I don't. Okay. I think that there are certain expectations that I think are minimal that men should be achieving, but because we are in the system where, to a certain degree, yes, it is a black male worshiping culture that we are having, and on top of that, we are a part of a patriarchal system, of course, we're going to have this protecting notion for men, which is irrational, in my opinion. But from what I've learned was, this is something my father has taught me. My dad has taught me, because I guess a lot of y'all dudes assume that every black woman doesn't have a father in her life. Okay, I was raised by a single mother because my mother was a single woman, but she was not a single parent. So I had my father in my life. One thing that my father has taught me was, before you get married, you need to have your education. My mother didn't tell me this. My mom didn't preach. My mom is not the one that told me to be single and just like be free and all that kinds of shit and be thottish or whatever the fuck y'all niggas like to talk about. It was my father who basically told me that, okay, niggas ain't shit. You need to be able to carry your own weight and handle and have your own responsibility and hold yourself accountable for everything that you do, because you can't trust people. You can't trust anybody else. My dad was always like this. One thing that my dad has taught me was, when you get older, you need to go to school. You need to have a trade or something. And you need to have at least $25,000 saved up before you have your first kid. That's shit that my dad taught me. My dad has always taught me, you can't trust a man because men are not as reliable as they should be. So you need to be able to handle yourself. If you get an education before you get married, if you get married and the guy's not reliable, like you can't depend on him for anything, you can handle yourself, right? And it's funny because it was my mother who taught me about the whole find a tall, dark, and handsome man and submit and all that kinds of shit. And she did. She submitted, and it didn't work in her favor, and now she's dead. That's a whole nother fucking story. Because a lot of you niggas, you really think that, I can say for one, the way that some of y'all men are acting, my mother experienced that and it drove her ass crazy. Because the gaslighting, when you consistently warp somebody's mind into thinking something that is not actually true about themselves or about even reality or anything that's in their vicinity, what you're doing is like, you're not giving that person space to breathe. You're like, I don't know how to explain it, because I experience this shit every day in my own personal life and then coming on social media, right? And when I'm listening to the conversations of how women are supposed to like be wives to men, it doesn't sound like being wives. You basically want us to be sexual slaves. That's what it sounds like to most women. Not these pick me mammies that y'all like to adhere to that say, "Oh, I love black men. Okay." You can love black men and still hold a high standard for yourself. Just because you love black men doesn't mean that you need to let them like slide in everything that they do. So it's weird to me when I see women talk about like, yeah, we need to submit and all that kinds of stuff. And then I'm looking and I'm listening to this shit. And I'm remembering what my father used to tell me, where you can't rely on anyone else but yourself. And my dad has always like taught me self-accountability. Again, and this is no drag. This is no drag to people who don't have fathers. But this is directly to the men on here who love to throw in people's faces, "Oh, you weren't raised with, you had a single mother. I had a father. So this is my father telling me that you niggas is trash." It's not my mom. It was my father for years, up until the day I moved out of his house, where my dad said, "Don't trust none of these motherfucking niggas." And he was never like, because I know you're going to be like, "Oh, well, you're not Ada, so I know he was talking about African-American men." No, he was talking about all men, period. He said, "No, men in general are trash. You need to hold yourself accountable, because you can't hold these men accountable these days, because they will never take a responsibility." But he's taught me well to learn how to take responsibility and move forward. You see what I'm saying? Like, when you take accountability of your actions, it's not supposed to be public. It's not supposed to be loud, obnoxious. You're not supposed to be telling every fucking body. Your apologies, your accountability needs to be seen through your actions. Period. And it needs to be consistent throughout the entire, like, consistently. You need to be consistent with your apologies. You need to be consistent with you taking accountability for yourself. And so, like, when I hear these dudes talk about take accountability, they make it sound as if, like, I have the power to take accountability over someone else's, right? And it's weird to me. I'm not gonna even get on that. I'm gonna just stay on Irene's topic when she was asking about the pretty illiterate thing. Of course, I chose that I wanted to be pretty and educated, right? Because these niggas, right? These niggas will tell you, "Oh, the black woman, she's God, and she's the first teacher." Okay, if I'm the first teacher, what the fuck am I teaching the child if I'm stupid? I've never quite understood that concept. You come online all fucking day. You talk about how the black woman has lost her touch in being a parent. She's lost her touch in being a subservient, bedazzled doormat, basically. And when we are, in order for me to be for me, and I'm going to just speak on myself, in order for me to be the type of mom that I want to be, I realize that I actually have to be educated. Having a degree or not, I'm not, I think the degree thing is something like proof that you went to a college, but I haven't been back to school since 2020. In between them, I try to learn things every day, right? There's no excuse to not learning. But I'm starting to understand where the lack of accountability on a male's part is coming from. They realize that in order for them to somehow match up with the woman's accomplishment, they have to somehow dumb her ass down just so they can match. All of the dudes that I used to date, or even the dudes that I used to just be friends with, because for some odd reason, when y'all say pick better, you think that every black man that I engage myself with, I am somehow fucking them, which is very strange. But again, y'all niggas is the one that's talking about bitches are the ones that's getting 10 dicks a day. I don't, whatever. I've never even had 10 dicks in a year. So 10 dicks in a day, I don't know if that's possible. Anyway, I just don't think it's like, it doesn't make any sense to me, because I dated dudes. Most of the dudes that I've dated don't go to college. I didn't pick them because they don't go to college. When you're dating and stuff like that, you start figuring out like, oh, like, hey, did you go to school? And then they'll say like maybe like a semester or two. And I've been in school consistently, or not consistently, but at least I've been in school. I've never taken more than a 2-year break. I've been in school since like 2010. I switched my degrees like at least 3 times. So, you know, it's weird. But, you know, I pride myself on the fact that it was not school that I feel like I've learned or attribute most of my intellect from. I think it was always my curiosity, because half of the things that I start learning now, I already knew when I was younger, because I was always curious. I wanted to be a doctor when I was a kid, and my dad already has a lot of medical textbooks, so I was reading those books prior to me even getting into the nursing program. So I've always been interested, and even when I'm on my breaks at school, I try to keep up to date with continually learning and stuff like that. And as a writer, most of the content that I write requires me to do some type of preliminary research on something. So I end up reading, and you know, you read something and you get drawn to a whole different topic, and you start reading on that and stuff like that. You get pulled away to so many things. So I would say that I'm a mixture of being self-taught and being in school. So I realized that in school, they teach you how to think. And my dad was never that type of person. He didn't want to teach me how to think or what to think. He wanted to teach me how to think. So when I look at history or when I read certain things, I don't process it the same way that our American society wants you to process it, right? I look at it differently, especially now as a, I don't like using this term, but as a pro-black woman, because back then I wasn't pro-black, because I didn't understand what the fuck that was anyway. But, you know, you see things differently when you learn things. I'm not one of those people who I learn something and I don't apply it. Once I learn something new and I know it's going to be beneficial to my life, I apply that shit like right then and there. So dating dudes who don't go to school, especially if they're older men, because I prefer to date older guys, not like 30 years older like these weird ass niggas do. Hold on. I still have my Smoothie King from yesterday. But you know, you can tell the difference in the conversations that you have with men who don't have, I don't want to say degrees, because that's not it. There are dudes out here who don't have degrees who are very intelligent. But there are just certain things that I've noticed where there is definitely a gap in understanding with talking to men who doesn't do the work, I should say. Like there are men out here who believe things and there's no basis to their belief. Like my last ex, he was a former Hebrew Israelite. We'll have conversations about certain topics, right? About religion and the Bible. And he'll make a statement, and I would politely, because, you know, the male ego is very fragile. It's thinner than glass. I would be sure to correct him, because what he's saying, it's not a matter if it doesn't make any sense or opinion. It is a fact that you're incorrect. And I would politely give my references and, you know, prove my point. And he would get thoroughly upset with what I'm saying, right? And I'm thinking to myself, first of all, you're a former Hebrew Israelite. I expect you to have already read the Bible in its entirety. If you have not read the Bible in its entirety and you're trying to argue the Bible with me, you're going to lose. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? And there's always been a weird conflict between he and I, and it's not just him, it was a few other dudes, where I couldn't have a actual intellectual conversation because, first of all, the person didn't do their reading, and most of their assumptions was based off of just things that they felt like it felt right. You know what I'm saying? And there was no basis in this reality. And so, like, those conversations, it strained the relationship because they got upset because they think that I'm flaunting like some non-existent degree. I don't have a degree, y'all. They think I'm flaunting some non-existent degree in their faces when it's not. Like, most of the time when I'm having a conversation with a man and it has something to deal with, like, I'm a history buff. And I'm not talking about recent history. I like ancient history type of shit. Or world history. When I talk about that type of stuff, I'm very passionate about it. I don't mind being corrected as long as you have the proof to prove me wrong. And half of the time when I'm talking to these dudes, because you have a phallus and balls does not mean that you are correct, sir. And it actually irritates me when you tell us that in order for us to prove y'all men wrong, we have to come to you as super soft-spoken and all so we don't break your fragile ego. And it is very frustrating because I have my temperaments like my dad. I'm not patient. So a lot of dudes like to call me crass and aggressive and stuff like that. My father's a military man, ex-policeman. So yeah, there's that. I was raised to be headstrong. I was not raised to really take shit. I take shit because personality wise, I'm a very chill and passive person. But as far as when it comes to delivering what I need to say and stuff like that, my dad has always told me, never back down on what you're saying. Be forthright in your conviction and be steadfast in what you believe in. So when I steadfast in what I believe in, my tone immediately changes. So I know a lot of people say, oh, you're just being condescending. No, because I switch from being, passive and chill, especially if I don't know something, I don't mind sitting in the sidelines and listening respectfully, because that's just it's not my lane to, like, if I don't know something, if I know that I don't know what you're talking about, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know what you're saying. If I feel like I know what you're talking about and I'm mistaken, I don't mind stepping back and listening, because, I'm okay with learning, right? A lot of y'all dudes don't have that type of patience. Whenever I have a conversation with men online or in person, for some odd reason, I can have a conversation with a dude and have all the scientific facts to state that, okay, yeah, the sun is blue, but not the sun. The sky is blue. And somewhere in the back of y'all's mind, somewhere in the pocket of testosterone and retardation, somewhere back there, and this is not to shade all black men, but this is to the men, obviously, to who I'm talking about, where you feel pressed with a woman actually being smarter than you. Let's go over this real quick. There are some women who are smarter than you. Okay? That is not we're not trying to be smarter than you so we can throw it in your face. We're smarter than you because we're just smarter than you. You, sir, just need to keep up. And most of the time, I'm very patient with the dude that I'm with. There are certain things that I kind of expect you as a 35-year-old man to know, okay? That's just one thing. I'm not upset, Rollo. I'm not upset. I'm irritated, but I'm not upset. I'm irritated because when I see men online, and I've seen a few of y'all online have said, I don't want an intellectual woman, it scares me when y'all say that, because y'all be the same ones that come online and you will say shit like, well, the mother, she's the first teacher. That's why these kids are so fucking retarded. We have niggas like Kwame Brown, as fine as he is, he's still stupid for saying shit like, I lost my train of thought because I was looking at something. My cat's jumping all over the place. He would say shit like, the women, not him, but basically he's talking about, these black boys have the reading level of a fourth grader, right? And it's kind of weird when y'all say that type of shit, because it was actually my father that like really like helped me with my passion in reading. It was my father that led me to my passion in. It was not my mom who did the first teaching type of stuff. Most of my fundamental beliefs that I have today, that's something that I learned from my father. Having certain headstrong beliefs as far as like being self-sufficient as a individual woman, being a strong, independent black woman, that's something I learned from my dad, not from my mom. If I was to tell my dad I'm a strong, independent black woman, my dad said, as you should be. Because he doesn't see that as, that statement to my father is not a statement as like this is not competitive. My father and I, we have a weird relationship now. We don't get along as much now. But back when I was younger, when my dad was young and he was not indulged in some of the shit that goes on in this world, my dad was very, very passionate about raising me to be a high-functioning woman in society. Not some subservient horse slut for some man. My dad never raised me to be like that. My dad has always raised me to be, never be cynical about love. That's one thing he's always taught me. Never be cynical about love. But you need to love yourself more than you love somebody. You need to. And I never quite understood that, because at the time my dad was single, and my dad was single way up until his 40s. But that was something that my dad adhered to, and he taught me the exact same. Never quite understood that until recently, when I realized that loving myself more than loving anybody else that can do for me has made me realize how powerful I really am, and that I do have the power and the drive and the information to create my own legacy. That's for one, and to create something so profoundly new that I won't have to look back at anybody else for reference, right? Because my dad has always taught me to be open-minded, not necessarily in religion, but to be open-minded and take social evolution for what it is. And what is going on right now is definitely social evolution. And to see, and a lot of y'all men on here who are saying that you want a stupid woman, you are telling women not to pick you subconsciously. And I love when some of y'all men say these type of things, because you are helping women like such as myself not pick you. Because you keep telling us to pick better, pick better, pick better. I got you. I won't pick you then. Because those are not the ideologies that I believe are beneficial to the growth and the progression of black people. Your mindset as a male to tell a woman that she needs to be dumb, illiterate, and stupid, but big titties and big ass, that's the only thing that matters, you are, sir, the problem in society. Women, if the only criteria for this man to be in your guts and to give you a baby is because he's fine as fuck, and he got shmoney, and he got some nice schmeat, you, sis, are a problem to society. This is not just on men only. I see a lot of women do the same thing. This is why, yes, I agree that to a certain degree what Kevin Samuels talk about with women having too much high standards. There's a certain, it's not even high standards that's not relevant. I think it's stupid for people to want to just have pretty babies with a dumb person. It does not make any tangible sense to me as a pro-black woman, where I'm not planning. A lot of black people, they only just plan for tomorrow, right? I don't plan for tomorrow. I'm planning for my great-great-grandkids, the generation of children that's going to come after I'm dead. Who are they going to be? What type of environment, lifestyle, family upbringing are they going to have? That's something that is my responsibility You niggas keep talking about the black woman is God. The black woman is the first teacher for your child. Okay, in order for me to be the first teacher for my child, that does require to me to at least be educated. At least be educated. At least have experience in the world. You have men who have never left their state talking about foreign bitches. Help me understand that. You have dudes online, and this is kind of weird to me. You have dudes online who's supporting Avatar X, talking about, oh, she's a classy woman. I've lived in England. Some of those black women over there, mixed, white girls and black girls, are the most ghettoest, ratchet bitches I've ever met in my entire life. This is no shade to English black women, but this is to give you an understanding that, okay, just because I lived in England, and for the first 2 weeks that I was there, I actually put on my English accent because, first of all, I have a couple of cousins and an auntie that lives in London, and I used to watch a lot of English shows. So when I used to put on, they never knew I was American until I put on my American accent. This bitch could easily be a hoe not from England. Now, she went live, and I've been in England, so the how the sidewalk looks and the license plates on the trucks, she's obviously in England, right? But y'all think that an English accent makes her this classy woman. No. Just like, I put on my Jamaican accent, me just go on, just just patois. You just think I'm feisty and, oh my God, she's an exotical Jamaican. No, I'm a regular bitch who has Jamaican background. That's it. But a lot of you dudes you have this tunnel vision, or you only just look through your dicks, right? You keep calling us gold diggers, but y'all are the ones that are looking through your dicks. You don't see the deception. Y'all don't see the deception. It's mind-boggling. I've lived in London. I've lived in Poland. I've traveled to Germany. I've lived in multiple different states in the country. I've traveled to Jamaica. And what I can say is this. There's a lot of different types of women out here. So I do understand the frustration with American black women, because I myself, even though I come up with a Jamaican upbringing, I'm a black woman and I'm an American citizen at the same time. Culturally, I was raised Jamaican, but I live in this country. So when I see a lot of y'all dudes come online and you talking about, oh, you want to fly across, America or whatever, some shit just to get pussy, it's strange. It's really fucking strange. Like, I cringe, especially the ones that y'all be trying to go to these third world countries. Please don't go to Jamaica, okay? Because the way your mentality runs, if you decide to go to Jamaica and any of them Jamaican women hear the shit that you talking about, y'all, listen. There's guns in Jamaica, but the weapon of choice in Jamaica is machetes. I don't think you want to get fucked up with a machete. I think you would prefer to get shot than be fucked up with a machete. But this is the man's thirst for getting pussy. That's what it is. I don't get it. I'm not finna fly to different countries for dick, because I flew to different countries and I kind of understand certain, different cultures of men and stuff and how they operate. And they also have dicks. So I don't really see any difference in mentality. And I don't like having conversations that's why I prefer a more experienced individual, experienced man. But I've noticed that a lot of black men in this country are not as experienced as we think. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, you already don't have a degree. Have you ever left your state, sir? No, I've never left my state. So why the fuck are you acting like you're better than somebody? You literally don't know shit. You don't know shit. but you're telling me to do this. No, I'm confused. I'm confused. I would prefer a man who actually has some type of intellect, right? And I would prefer a man who is not intimidated by my intellect. I can go in on talking about ancient civilizations, and I'm not talking about just Kemet, because I figured like a lot of black men, the only thing that they're illiterate on is Kemet. Understand this: you're not gonna understand this world if you don't learn about the world. Learning about just Kemet is not enough, okay? If I'm having a conversation with a dude and the only thing that you're well versed on is Kemet, first of all, it's gonna piss me off. That's for one. Because yeah, I'm a spiritualist too. I have my little unk and shit like that. I get it. I'm fully 100 toes deep in that shit, right? But at the same time, I want to be able to talk about tech. You see what I'm saying? Y'all niggas love to talk about STEM, coding, STEM. First of all, I volunteered with Black Girls Code. Y'all should, hold on. I volunteer with this group called Black Girls Code. Do you know who's the head leader of that cooperation? It's a white woman. Do you know how embarrassing that is? I'm sitting in the meeting before we have to do this Black Girls Code shit, and I'm seeing a whole white woman. She has more energy teaching young black girls how to code than some of these black men. Do you know how many people were volunteering there that was black men? One. And she was actually asking that there would be more men there. The parents that were dropping off their children to do this Black Girls Code shit, guess who they were? I maybe saw one father drop their daughter off. One. Hold on. I'm pretty sure that is our fault too. Single mothers told the fathers not to drop their daughters off when they do Black Girls Code because we do that shit on our own. Do you know how embarrassing that is? And I actually stopped volunteering because I was just like, why can't Black Girls Code be ran by either a black woman or a black man? Why does it have to be run by a white woman? This woman is international. She's national with this shit. She comes to Houston, what, like twice a year? But she's going to New York. She's going to Cali. She's going to Florida. A white woman. Y'all keep saying that black women are the first teachers, but in the next breath, you're telling black women, you're basically like dragging women online for being intelligent. I've seen, and I don't want to drop names, but I've seen subscribers being in chats and we're having a conversation, and there'll be dudes. He's a proud chauvinist. Again, thank you for helping me pick better, sir, with your username. He's talking about, oh, I don't want a woman with a degree. So if you're going to raise your kids, hold on, let me backtrack. The parenting that I was raised under, I do not plan to raise my kids the same way. You see what I'm saying? This whole Kwame Brown is talking about, oh, we need to respect our elders. Hold on real quick. Fuck them old niggas. Do y'all know how some of these geriatric gangsters online has been? Look, y'all been looking fucking crazy on here. Some of this shit that y'all, women and men, I'm not talking about just men. Some of y'all old motherfuckers on here, y'all are scary as fuck. Y'all are modernizing pimp culture. Y'all are modernizing mammy culture. No, I'm good. Y'all can have that. I'm good. I'm good with that shit. This whole I'm respectful to my elders, but the moment that you start telling me that I need to bust it open for some random nigga And because he's protecting me and he's paying the bills, that somehow I need to just lay down and take it. The nigga's fucking other bitches. He has a whole nother family across country, but I'm supposed to tolerate that type of shit. This is the logic of the geriatrics. No, thank you. You have motherfuckers, you have these young niggas, 20, 19, a little spice of 18-year-olds talking about husbands being simps. Do you know why? Because there are panels on YouTube, Platinum Elite. Yes, I'm going to put your fucking name out there, you dusty old nigga. The content that you be talking about is old pimp shit, and you're teaching that to these young niggas, and this is why we're having issues in our community. Y'all listening to Kevin Samuels, whoosh, pimp shit. Y'all are aspiring to be the pimp named Slipback. Is that admirable? Okay, it's for jokes. Haha, kiki. But y'all are actually doing that shit in real life. Huh? But then you want... dealing with some of y'all men in real life, and I'm not even talking about online, because y'all niggas would be like, well, just get off of YouTube. Just get off of YouTube. Just start talking to these niggas on social media. Okay, so I'll talk to a regular nigga out in real life, and they have the same mentality. Oh, you just need to pick better. Okay, I agree. I do need to pick better. Why don't you, sir, be a better selection to pick from? You ever thought about that? It's just an honest question. If you can tell me to pick better and I'm going to work on me picking better, can you also work on you being a better selection? They taught us this in math, but again, y'all niggas think with your dicks and balls, your sausages and eggs. That's what y'all think with. So everything besides out of like... I can talk to my wall right now and I'll get an actual response from my wall than from some of you niggas on here. Real talk. And then I'll sit here and I'm just like, this is why I actually choose not to use big words. I actually choose to speak. I choose to speak to men who I know have childlike thinking. I speak to you like a child, right? And if you can't understand that as a child, I cannot help you, sir. Because if I talk to you as a grown-ass woman, you'll start calling me crass. You'll start calling me aggressive, right? Because I keep forgetting. Logic is only a masculine trait, right? Reading books and giving references is only men do that. Women, what we do is we have internal discussions with our ovaries and vaginas, and we make sure, okay, well, we're going to sit here, and even though we know that the sky is blue because my pussy is bleeding, we're just gonna be irrational. That's not how shit works. In between my two ears is also an organ called a brain, okay? Just like you have one, I have one. I know how to use critical thinking skills, but I realize that you don't. So I have to talk to you as if you don't have critical thinking skills. And even when I do talk to you like you have no critical thinking skills, it frustrates me even more, because I realize that you can't even respond like a child would. I have better dialogues and discussions with my 17-year-old brother than some of you grown-ass niggas on here. Do you know how disturbing that is? Do you know how disturbing it is to see and I don't rate men with numbers, right? Because personally, I think most black men are good looking. I think there's just degrees to how you look, right? To me, Idris Elba is fine as fuck. So is Jesse Williams. I think Idris Elba is finer than Jesse Williams, but they're both fine, so I don't really care. Even if someone is finer than that other person, I will pick the person who has the best personality. And this is where I know I'm going all over the place. This is where I know some of y'all niggas be getting this shit wrong. Y'all will sit here and this is what you do. You equate a fine woman with nice titties and nice ass and a wop as a good woman. That's what y'all do. Oh, she fine as hell? I know she's perfect. You get with her. She's a trash human being. And this is your next goal. Is to try to change her. This is why a lot of y'all niggas is failing. Y'all are getting with pretty bitches just because they're pretty. Their personality is toxic. They have no sense of they have no character. They have no personality. They're dry as fuck. They're not funny. They're just fine. And y'all still get with them. Y'all give them pretty babies. And then you bitch and moan on social media talking about these bitches ain't shit. No. You thought, sir, that because she was fine and she had a wop, that she was a perfect woman. That is how y'all think. Then you want to come on here in the same breath and tell black women to pick better. Okay. I don't pick my dudes based on the same mindset as a lot of these black women do, right? The whole gold digging concept. I kind of get it, but I don't adhere to that type of shit. Okay, I do believe that you should get with a man who's at least financially literate. That's always been my thing. I'm not gonna really get with a dude who's rich necessarily, but I will get with a man who is financially intelligent, where he's frugal. Because I'm frugal, but I have a spending problem when it comes to food. So that's another story. Anyway, but I want a financially responsible and literate man more so than a wealthy man, because there's a lot of rich niggas like Floyd Mayweather. He's technically $1 billion athlete, and he doesn't spend it on anything tangible. So are these men high value? To me, no. Like, these criteria that Kevin Samuels has in terms of what a high value man is, those standards, that is Hollywood Disney character standards that I personally don't adhere to. I think this Disney I can attribute some of the delusion of some black women to Disney character shows and stuff like that, because even when these divestors, no shade to divesting, I don't necessarily agree with it, because I'm still not for interracial, and it has nothing, it's not even the reason why I'm against it. That shit is historical. That it's not has nothing to do with me. Like, I think when we think of pro-black black people, we think that we all have the same reasons as to why we are against or for certain things. And when I look at interracial, the reason as to why I'm against it is not a social concept. It's more so a biological thing, right? But again, niggas keep associating the sperm as a seed. So I know you niggas don't know nothing about genetics. So I don't even want to talk to motherfuckers about that type of shit. This is why I actually refrain from talking about these type of topics, because I know either y'all dudes have an 8th grade understanding of it and you're willing to just add a little bit of extra words to extend your explanation of it. But when you actually have an understanding of how genetics and biology works, even how the universe operates, I know a lot of y'all men are not going to like this, but the universe operates and it maintains itself through the feminine essence, okay? It's not actually the masculine. The masculine presence is supposed to be about order. Once the order is there, there's no need to constantly force the order. You see what I'm saying? Like, but then again, I as C Boogie was saying, some of you niggas is spiritually dead. So this is just gonna gloss all over your head. And I'm being honest with that, because I realize when I'm having this type of conversation with some dudes, they don't get it. They think that you're being a feminist, saying that the age of Aquarius is female. The age of Aquarius is female because we went through at least 2 ages where it was predominantly masculine. Look where we are now. Look where we are. Y'all can talk about the gynocracy all you want. The gynocracy, You're living in a gynocracy of women who don't want to participate in it. You're living in a gynocracy where women are doing their bare minimum. Imagine if you were actually in a society where black women were actually going to take that mantle of responsibility. Imagine if we decided to do that as a collective. I know for me, my gynocracy would not be about putting y'all men in subjugation. You see what I'm saying? I've noticed that if men decided to want to be the next powerhouse in our community, that they would want their women in subjugation. So again, I feel like the gynocracy isn't truly that bad, because even if the gynocracy was real and we decided to make y'all worker bees, we wouldn't make y'all worker bees for something that is not beneficial to the community. I can only speak for myself. I know that there's some women out here who would love to put you motherfuckers in the fields out there and make you hoe out in the fields with a tablespoon of water. I know that they will do that. Not saying that I'm for it, but you go ahead with your kingdom, sis, with your gynocracy. But I'm not that type of person. And a lot of y'all men, you are fighting for your life. You're being hyper aggressive. You're being hyper masculine with women because you are fully aware of the transition that's happening. And a lot of women are seeing that as well, myself included. I'm very spiritually in tune. So when this little transition started happening, sometime, for me, the transition happened in 2016. This whole age of Aquarius, it doesn't happen with just one, celestial event. It's a transition of over a course of at least 100 years. It's been going on, but I've been sensing that shit since 2016. And I can tell you, within the next 150 years, not only would our society, not just the black community, I'm talking about society in general, it's going to be ran by women. And it's not going to be ran by women at like the same way men do, because I think this is what the thing is. Y'all are afraid of us. Women are physically weak, but we're not mentally weak as much as you think we are. We cry, you know what I'm saying? We have our emotions, we have our estrogen flowing through us and shit like that. But when those moments pass and we are actually sitting in clarity, we are terrifying when women are in clarity. Just like how y'all niggas have post-nut clarity. Oh yeah. Post-period clarity. Oh yeah. We go through that quite often. And so when black women, at first I didn't like divestment. I don't go in on divestors on my YouTube, but I used to go in on them on my Twitter. I used to go in on them real hard because I'm not for interracial, and I realize that my responsibilities is mainly to speak to women and not necessarily men. But I am starting to understand why some of the black women are doing this, because even in my experience, other races of men actually prefer an educated woman. So to hear black men in droves listen to this fruitcake in this yeast infection tight ass pants with holes in it and a man person kitten heels, when y'all listening to this old nigga, okay, a boomer nigga, I'm gonna keep saying this, and I wanted to do a live stream on this shit a couple weeks ago about y'all geriatric fucking boomer Gen X gangsters on here. Y'all are toxic. I really don't. I respect you if you are over the age of 45 or whatever. Of course I respect you, but I have discernment in the shit that y'all be saying. You got, I'm a name drop again, you have niggas like Also Beasley on Virtuous Woman TV's channel talking about, I don't give a fuck about the community, but then giving us suggestions. Take your old ass over there and please go die in a rocking chair. Don't tell me what the fuck to do. If you do not give a fuck about the community, you should, first of all, you should not be giving me any type of pointers at all. You need to not tell me to pick better, because you are obviously not in the selection, Mr. Jelly Beans in the bag. You're not a part of the selection. So please remove yourself from the conversation. You're saying that you don't give a fuck about the communities. Then why are you here? You want the community, you don't give a fuck about these young bitches. Then why are you here talking to a young bitch? If you don't care, why are you here? Even to the divestors, if you don't give a fuck about black men, why are you here, sis? Honestly, I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude, but I'm confused half the time. You don't want you don't want to birth black boys, but you're still talking about black men. I thought you wanted to make your mixed child. Go ahead and do that, sis. Just know that when I have my mixed child, I'm not gonna teach my listen. One thing I've learned in this space is that I have full autonomy over my actions. If you, as a black man or as a black woman, if you want to, out of self-hate, procreate out of your race, do not expect my full black child to take your mixed child seriously. Dead serious. I'm dead serious. This whole, we gotta accept, okay, there needs to be a cutoff to where we are accepting certain standards of blackness. And this is where I'm gonna go. A lot of y'all motherfuckers, y'all are gonna be like equating quadroons and octoroons as black. No, sorry. The mixed person had no choice in being who they are, right? They had no decision in coming into this reality, into this realm, coming through the womb of a white person or the ball sack of a white person and a black person. But as they get older, they do have the choice on whether or not they want to continue either or of that bloodline. And if you choose to continue your bloodline through a white person, I'm not going to consider your child as black. It's really that simple. We can go into the genetics and all of that kind of stuff, and we can talk about the alleles and the, okay, well, whatever. I'm pretty sure y'all niggas don't even know what I'm talking about. But all I can say is this. It's all about the decision making that we make once we hit adulthood. Y'all motherfuckers are 50 years old still complaining about what your mama did when you were a child. It doesn't make any sense. My mom passed 15 years ago, and in the 15 years that my mom has passed, I've tried to learn. I look back, you know, as I gotten older, when you get older, you learn new things. And as I've gotten older, I've seen some of the attributes, some of the even the lifestyles and the situationships that played out even in my mom's generation, playing out in my own generation. And it only tells me that we have not learned in changing our culture at all. We have not learned. The same type of niggas that my mom was dealing with, apparently I'm dealing with them too. Is it really a picking better situation, or a culture of people raising children in the same toxic, dysfunctional mentality generation after generation? And y'all motherfuckers would be like, well, she's not Ado, so what? You don't understand. Y'all act as if Jamaican people did not go through slavery, which is weird. Y'all think that we didn't go through a lot. Y'all, like, we didn't have any type of issues with any race of people. First of all, don't let the motto of Jamaica fool you. Out of many, one people, we are one people. Okay, cool, yeah. Colorism is heavy in Jamaica. Racism is heavy in Jamaica. We have a lot of self-hating niggas in Jamaica. I will never sit here and ever say that my Jamaican people, we are the baddest motherfuckers on the planet, because no, we're not. We have a lot of problematic Jamaicans and shit like that, including in my own family. A lot of the dysfunction that even Cynthia G talks about is in my own family. So yeah, I can praise some of the black men in my family because to a certain degree, they are I praise the men in my family because even despite their upbringing, they turned out to be decent. I don't want to say good men because, again, that's subjective. Personally, for me, I wouldn't marry any of the type of men that my uncles or my dad is, simply because I recognize that that type of mentality needs to end with that generation. You see what I'm saying? I realize that I have to be responsible for the legacy that I'm going to set forth for my kids. And to be honest, the type of legacy that my parents was raised under and the type that they were trying to leave behind for me is not something that I want to carry on for my kids, because there's certain dysfunctions this dysfunctional mentalities, I don't find it conducive to my growth. And it required me to, I've had to move out of my parents' house. I had to not speak to them for a while. I had to collect myself and figure out who I am. And a lot of y'all men would be like, oh, well, you needed a man. I needed time to myself, because most of my issues and my triggers stem from my father. So a lot of y'all motherfuckers talk about, oh, you need to be with your father. If your father is not mentally, emotionally do what he needs to do, I know I'm going all over the place. Having a present father doesn't mean that he's doing his job. Just so y'all know. I just want to be clear on that. Because I think a lot of people assume that, oh, well, I had a father in the house, so therefore I can talk a whole lot of shit. Okay, what fundamental lessons has he taught you? And you can't tell me, besides him teaching you how to hoop. I can do a whole live stream of all the different riddles and stories and all of these wonderful lessons in life that my father used to tell me on our little commutes when he used to go to school, and he used to take me to school with him. We would have conversations. He would have me read his textbook to him. My dad was always involving me in his learning process. And even though, I was a child and stuff like that, my dad taught me to process things like an adult as a kid. To understand the world. My dad took me out of this country. He literally took me out of this country. We lived in London, and he said, explore. He didn't hold my hand. I was 15 at the time. He didn't hold my hand. He knew I was not stupid. He knew I was not going to talk to strangers. My dad trusts me. My dad gave me a bus pass, 50 pounds, a 50-pound bus pass. He said, here's my phone. Go explore. You call me every hour on the hour. You make sure that you're okay. You don't talk to strangers. He made me go out with my friends. We explored England. We went to Buckingham Palace. I've seen the Queen before. I don't give a fuck about her lizard ass, but I've seen the Queen before. I've been to Queen's Guard. I've done all these wonderful things. And it was actually through my father who helped me open my eyes about the world. I went to Poland, a 98, or at the time, it was 97% white at the time. And I went there. I learned Russian. I learned Polish. It was an experience that my mother could not have taught me. So y'all will stay coming on here talking about the mother is a first teacher. It needs to be both parents. I think this is where we're missing this conversation about parenting. Parenting is not just a mother's job. If anything, I learned how to cook from my father. I learned how to be, when I had my first cycle, I didn't speak to my mother. I spoke to my father. My first this is after my mom died, but my first boyfriend met my father. My ideologies when it comes to respecting men and having certain discourse and all that's something I learned from my dad. Y'all got to get off of this, the woman is the first teacher, because that right there, first of all, you're setting women up to where, okay, if the woman is the first teacher and you come out as a shitbag, you can blame your mother. Why not the absence of your father? I can honestly say that the reasons as to why I may not come across as ultra feminine is because, my mom passed when I was very young. Not because my mom was there and she just didn't teach me how to be feminine. My mom passed. So, that's not so. I didn't learn to be feminine from my father. My dad has always taught me, first of all, it was my dad who taught me how to change my tire. My dad has never taught me to be complacent or constantly reliant on a man. I have two hands. I have a working brain and I have two functioning eyes, even though I'm blind as fuck. My dad taught me how to change a tire, so I know how to change a tire. I cannot always be reliant on a fucking man 24/7. It's not possible. So when women do say, I'm a strong, independent black woman, I can honestly say that yes, I am. I lift. I consider myself to be physically strong. I may be a little soft and a little pudgy now, but I consider myself to be physically strong. And I pride myself on that. I pride myself on the fact that I go to the gym and I lift and I work out. I pride myself on the fact that I can do certain things. I don't mind having my long, obnoxious nails and taking out the trash. A lot of y'all motherfuckers, y'all you want women to be ultra feminine, not realizing that when we're by ourselves, we're operating in a masculine form of self-preservation. That's self-preservation is masculine. We need it to survive. If you want us to be consistently feminine every fucking day, we will die out here. We will die out here if we decided to operate in our femininity 24/7, especially with how hyper masculine and violent you niggas are. I did a live stream a couple days ago about how you motherfuckers are glamorizing men pouncing on women at 11 o'clock at night who are just getting gas. So you cannot be upset when women decide to respond in a masculine form by getting a gun. You cannot be mad. We're simply responding to the hyper-masculine environment. Some of the things that y'all niggas say, y'all don't fully think things through because, again, you operate in a state of ball sack and dick. Dick and ball sack. Gooch, ball sack and dick. That is virtually your entire universe. It's that when I listen to y'all, and when I listen to y'all, I try to be understanding. Again, the black male worship part, that's where I kind of have to check myself on. But I listen to y'all mostly now so I can move accordingly. Oh, you don't like intelligent women? You know what? Let me go ahead and sign up for some classes so I can help filter out you niggas. Honestly, some of the things that y'all be saying on here, y'all are helping us. Y'all are helping us with some of this shit that y'all be... Listen, when y'all motherfuckers say shit like... And Mother Earth can attest to this shit. Some of you fine pick-me's out here, y'all are some dangerous hoes. Listen, the ugly pick-me's, I kind of expect them to talk shit. It's the fine pick-me's that I have an issue with. Y'all fine ones, y'all be the ones that's throwing us underneath the bus. It's y'all. I can identify a mammy pretty quickly. It's not that difficult. But a fine pick-me, oh my God. Y'all hoes be setting us all up because I consider myself a regular woman, okay? Just like Cat Williams. Give me regular weed. None of that salmonella, all them other names. No, I'm a regular schmegular, nerdy black girl, okay? I play my video games. I have my little cats. I cook my little Jamaican food. I be about my motherfucking business. I like comedy. I be laughing and stuff like that. And that's me. You see what I'm saying? Some of these hoes be like, you need to bust your whole pussy open for this Dusty because you might change him. And I'm just like... This is why, again, I get comments underneath my videos of why don't you talk about divestors and stuff like that. When I'm in certain spaces, it's not the women who attack me. You know what I'm saying? It's the males, usually. I don't agree with half of what divestors say. If I decide to do a live stream talking about you divestors and all that kinds of stuff, I might have maybe about 3 or 4 comments of divestors telling me, oh girl, you crazy as hell. And it'll be mainly men on my shit, talking shit. I realized Sin was right. There's nothing we can say or do that's going to ever make you change as a man. So the only thing that we can do is to change ourselves. In the brains... or the kidney pea, the chickpea sized brains that some of y'all niggas have. In y'all's brains, you equate that to, oh, she's gonna get herself a white man. Your immediate thought of whenever you hear a black woman say, oh, I'm gonna level up, you immediately think of a white man. That's more telling of your mindset more so than mine. But do go ahead and blame it on black women. In 2019, I lost 90 pounds. That was my level up moment. I remember I said, man, I leveled up by losing, I leveled up. And the first thing that these dusty niggas have to say, oh, you got yourself a white man? I thought she was pro-black. I'm like, hold on. I've been documenting my weight loss for at the time, for 9 months, talking about, me on my spiritual journey, working on myself, eating better, grounding myself, going out in the sun, ancestral worship, creating my shrine, really praying every day. And that's what I'm talking about. And really working on myself. And your first thought is, I'm fucking a white man. Like, huh? And then you have the audacity to come on social media to talk about black women have low self-esteem. Huh? I don't remember ever mentioning a white man, but that's the first thing that comes into your mind. If I see a black man say that he's leveling up or whatever, some type of shit, I'm not immediately thinking, oh, he's gonna get himself a white woman. That's not my thought. Because usually leveling up would mean that you're just doing better for yourself. Unless you think better is white. Which is not what I think. Because I don't think the better option is white. But if that's the first subconscious thing that comes to your mind as a black man. Again. Y'all don't have critical thinking. So when a bitch decides to block you and not speak to you, then you go on this weird tirade. Oh, these bitches, they don't want to talk to me. Again, you told us to pick better. So if you are gaslighting me, you're talking stupid shit, you're ignorant as fuck, and I don't like either three of those things, and I drop you, why are you mad? Oh, right. It's because I didn't choose you, right? Oh, right. I got you. I need y'all to help me make this make sense. And it's going to be A to B, B to C, C to D. Not A to Z, then Z to H, and then H to L. It's not like that. You, as a man, if you are trying to pursue a woman, right? You're telling that woman to have high standards of herself. Not every black woman has the same standards, okay? The type of man that I want, I can guarantee you, there are going to be a majority of women who don't want the same type of man, okay? What I find attractive may not be attractive for another woman. If you as a man, you're trying to get to know a woman and you're saying certain things that is triggering and you're doing it intentionally. Here's the difference. Hold on before I even say something. Intentions speak louder than actions. I understand that action speaks louder than words, but behind every action is an intention. If your intention for why you're doing something is to hurt somebody, but it comes out as an act of good, it is still a bad act. Because your intention, the energy behind that action is negative. This is what I'm starting to understand. And this is where a lot of men are evolving in their manipulative tactics. They are saying that what they're saying is the truth. The intentions behind the words that they are saying, and I'm articulating the words so y'all are not confused with what I'm saying. The words that they are saying may be the truth, okay? I got you. But the intentions, the energy behind it, again, niggas is spiritually dead, so you're not going to understand this. The intentions in which you're saying this, it speaks to that person's soul more so than the words that what you're saying. That's why a lot of black women have an issue with Kevin Samuels. myself especially. Do I agree that some black women do have unrealistic expectations of men? I do agree. However, some of those expectations is actually the bare minimum when it comes to other races. I find it very confusing how men are glamorizing a stupid woman, but then in turn, in the same breath, saying that black women are the mothers for their children. What am I teaching my child if I don't have any knowledge? Again, you don't have any critical thinking skills. But as I was saying, if you're dating a woman and if your intentions behind what you're saying is to hurt her, but it's somehow disguised in this quote unquote advice, and a woman decides to cut you off, y'all got to stop being upset about that. I find it disturbing. I think the live stream that really kind of like opened my eyes was that caller on Nyla's channel. That man, that thing, that XY that called on the channel and basically was talking about black women need to be sacrificed. Only the spiritually dead can say something like that. Only the spiritually dead can sit there on a phone with a woman where there are at the time there was like 1,000 women in that chat listening to this man talk about we want to not create a militia to overthrow white supremacy, not create a militia not to do the same thing what the white man did a couple months ago and storm the Capitol. Not that. No, not overthrow white supremacy. We got to get these modern bitches out the way. Only the spiritually dead can do that, to say shit like that. And the same thing when I hear these divestors saying that they're going to kill their black babies. That's some spiritually dead shit. But I'm a woman. I'm not creating children with another woman. So you can't... If another woman decides that she doesn't want to have a black baby, I can't tell her what to do. I can't tell her what to do. Nor can I be upset about that, to be honest. I understand where they're coming from. I don't agree, but I understand why they have that energy. I also understand why some of these men have these energy because, yes, I see some of the women that y'all talking about. Oh, yeah, sir, pick better. How about that? I went on a tirade a couple months ago on my Twitter where it was this guy, I was being petty, but I just wanted to test the waters because y'all niggas like to test bitches, so I wanted to do the testing for a second. He's talking about this woman or whatever that he's having an issue with, and I said, well, sir, you should have just picked better. Oh, boy. Lord, bruh. When I tell you his brethren, his brotherhood done came into that comment talking shit. And then I realized y'all have autonomy over your own actions too. But you feel empowered being complacent to the woman's actions. It's very strange to me. And this is why I made that live stream a few months ago. The black woman is not God. And stupid retarded Bullets Gotti tweeted it because he just read the title. Again, this is why I think a lot of dudes have an issue with Cynthia G's content, because they read the title but they don't actually listen to her videos. I can tell because they're just reading the titles. Her titles is triggering, but when you listen to the content, you're like, oh shit. You're like, goddamn, because she's done a few content talking about black women as well, and even then is an eye-opening experience. The conversation about this whole marriage thing. Sin was doing a live stream, I think it was yesterday, where, and Nala was talking about it too, where a lot of men are holding marriage over our heads and blaming us for it. Telling us it's our actions, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. And when they come on here in the same breath talk about how no one wants to marry black women, but there's other races of men are seeing how y'all are treating us. I don't really think other races of men, y'all go ahead and listen to that ugly ass Japanese dude talk about how black women are ugly and shit like that. Again, I don't know why you're letting motherfuckers who are -4 speak on people, but go ahead. I used to want to be married and have children, but I'm starting to understand that if I wanted that from black men, I'm going to have to wait I'm gonna have to probably wait forever. And a lot of dudes will say, oh no, you don't have to wait forever, you just have to do this, do this, do this. First of all, I'm not willing to be a bedazzled doormat for any man. That's not what my father raised me to be. So you can kiss my ass on that one. And I think a lot of men know that. And that's not my problem. You are mediocre and subpar. I didn't raise you. You're going to have to get your black mama on that shit. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm constantly like, whenever I listen to some of y'all motherfuckers, I'm really confused with what y'all really want. Y'all know that little meme where he's like, what do you want to eat? That's what it feels like talking to men. What do you want to eat? What do you want to eat, bruh? Do you want to eat McDonald's? Do you want to eat Chipotle? What do you want to eat, bruh? And this nigga don't know what it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You want a doormat mule who and here's the weird thing. You're letting a gay man set a standard for you as a heterosexual man. I'm lost. I'm lost here. I follow black lesbian couples and stuff like that. When they're talking about relationships and shit like that, I'm not taking their pointers because I'm not a lesbian. I understand the dynamics between me and having a relationship with a woman is going to be significantly different than me having a relationship with a man. Here y'all are listening to this yeast infection booty scratching nigga talking. He's literally telling y'all niggas to treat us like men, but then when we respond to y'all like men, you saying that we're being masculine. Again, I'm confused. We're talking. I listen to some female content creators. They'll talk to the men in a soft voice, like, hi, they're trying to talk to them in a very soft voice because apparently some men don't understand when I talk like this, just chest out and really just like, yeah, getting in points. Oh my gosh, it's masculine. I have to talk like this, and I have to make sure that I'm beneath the man, and See, this is where the Bible done got y'all motherfuckers fucked up. That's where the Bible done got you fucked up. That's what they got you fucked up. If anything, divest from Christianity. I was gonna actually do like a old school college book report on why black women need to, not even black men, because y'all niggas don't even go to church like that. You only talk about church when it comes to subjugating women, oppressing women, and polygamy and pumping and dumping. That's the only time that y'all want to mention the Bible. If black women decided for the next 2 generations, if we decide to, you know what, I'm not going to raise my child in the church, nor am I going to adhere to some of the anti-women rhetoric that goes on in that fucking Bible, because you talking about 4 women in a book of what, 58 books? 4 bitches in 58 books. I'm supposed to cleave onto the story of Ruth. No. I'm supposed to cleave onto the story of Esther. Have y'all read the story of Esther? Have y'all actually read the Bible? Like, read the Bible by yourself. Not the pastor holding your hand and helping him translate it for you. I'm talking about you reading that shit for your own. Like, I read the book a dozen times, and I can say, and I went to a Bible college, and they teach you how to research and read the Bible in a research manner. When you actually start doing that shit, a church and that school that actually helped me leave the church, okay? Because when you do the work, the research, you start realizing that your existence as a black female, not only is it non-existent in the Bible, and I'm not talking about the race part, but just your presence as a female essence is non-existent. Y'all have the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit. You mean for tell me the Holy Spirit is a genderless spirit? That's Christianity. You're telling motherfuckers that the Holy Trinity is the Father, the Son, and a genderless spirit. You look in Hinduism, you have the Father, the Son, and the Mother. You look in even the Olmecs. You look in Native American mythology, the Father, the Pygmy, and the Uman. But Christianity is the only one that preaches that you need to revere a man, a genderless obia or doppy, and a pygmy that come from the doppy. Don't talk to me about Mary, because if you talk about Mary in this equation, first of all, when you read the Bible in its context, just know that God didn't ask Mary. God did not ask Mary to bear his child. You do realize that, right? He told her, demanded that she was going to have his pygmy. Y'all are sitting here worshiping a God that basically told women that if you divorce your man, you need to marry that man's brother. If he dies, you need to marry that other man's brother. So basically a trinket. The Bible talks about women being trinkets, but let's bring up that one Bible verse that talks about how men are protecting the world. Oh, bruh, come on, man. That verse is getting overplayed at this point. Stop mentioning that shit, because at the end of the day, every other verse that talks about women's involvement in society is always in subservience to men. We are no longer goat fuckers in some type of desert in Saudi Arabia somewhere. We are in the United States of America. Can we please progress forward from this religion? Just for a second. You have black men out here talking as if we are somewhere in the middle of Africa when it comes to polygamy. Y'all niggas is working at Taco Bell making $8.25 an hour, but you want polygamy? What? Polygamy, now that these men are talking about, polygamy is modernized pimping. It's funny. The first time I actually encountered Cynthia G's content, I was actually in this weird discussion about polygamy. And this dude was in the chat talking about he wants himself 3 wives, so it'll be 33% amongst all 4 of them. And I'm just no, amongst all 3 of them. Sorry. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, I took cultural and biological anthropology, so I understand the concept of what polygamy is. I understand its function, and also with polyandry. They both actually have their benefits in society. It depends on what is the purpose of why you're using it for. A lot of y'all black men talk about polygamy as if it's modern day pimping. Polygamy in Africa was used to, and I don't like using Africa because polygamy is actually practiced in multiple different countries. It's not just in Africa. If y'all men have an issue with the amount of babies that are being born by the single mothers and stuff like that, do you realize that polyandry is a solution to that? But it weirds y'all. See, here's the funny thing. If a woman was to say that she has two husbands, you automatically assume that those two men are gay and they're fucking each other. But it's kind of okay for you to have two bitches because you want them to fuck each other. Do you see the contradiction there? If I'm going to have me two husbands, first of all, they're not going to be fucking each other. That's for one. We're not going to be sleeping in the same bed. That's for two. Not all three of us. That's not the purpose of why I would practice polyandry, because my mindset is not based on what my pussy likes, okay? Listen. Me talking to me about me having two niggas and shit like that has nothing to deal with me wanting to just fuck multiple dudes. It's everything to deal with the concept of like, okay, look, it is actually much easier to expand your generational wealth having multiple men than it is having multiple women if you're doing it traditionally, to where the women, the only thing that they bring towards the relationship is the dowry, which is from the parents, which most of you niggas don't even have life insurance, so much less a dowry, so let's cut that out. You bring forth a dowry, and of course you bringing forth children, right? If we really wanted to talk about bringing more wealth into the community, and I'm not talking about now, because most of the wealth into the community in terms of like who is bringing it is unfortunately black women, and that has everything to do with just the education part, the same thing that y'all like to ostracize, being PhD and shit. Y'all be talking about, like, y'all use terms you know nothing about. You're talking about polygamy, but you're high key talking about modernized pimping. That's what you're talking about. You have three bitches who bring the bread to your house and they feed you grapes and they all three of them suck your dick together. Yeah, that sounds like pimping to me. I'm pretty sure if you were to ask any traditional chief in Africa or whatever about his three wives, is he having orgies with all three of his wives? He's gonna say to you no. But because you niggas are so derelict, dusty, and dick obsessed, that is the only thing that y'all have an understanding of, and it doesn't make any sense. Again, me understanding what polygamy is and polyandry, that's again education. Okay? The same thing that y'all have an issue with. So I'll be online talking about polygamy and stuff like that, and a dude will be like, "Oh, you're just against a black family unit." No, I'm against pimping. I'm against brothels. I'm against brothel households, okay? I'm against that. I'm against swapping BV and pussy juices with 4 other bitches with one irresponsible man who doesn't work. Yeah, I have an issue with that. Glamorize pimping. And if I'm against that, I'm against the black family. Huh? That's what I'm saying. Like, having certain conversations with some of y'all, and I have to understand, like, that's why I ask questions more so now. When you're talking about certain things like polygamy, I have to ask you, have you ever been in a threesome? And a dude will be like, no. Why are you talking about polygamy then? Why are you talking about polygamy? You niggas is talking about having 2 bitches and you can't even finish 1 round. It takes you 5 minutes. Literally pumping and dumping in less than 5 minutes. But you talking about you want to have multiple bitches? I need y'all to make that shit make sense. Connect it. Please, as RBR says, to y'all, 2 + 2 = fucking 7. Because that shit don't make sense. You want multiple bitches, but you can only come once. Huh? The logic. You can only come once. You work at Taco Bell. But you demand to have a bitch that got her own car. She got her own place. You want an INDEPENDENT. You know what that means, but you still don't want her to have an education so she can be Bruh, Bruh, half of the time I'm listening to y'all, I'm just like, bruh. Cue that. Listen, every time when I'm listening to you niggas, I'm going to just cue that, bruh. Because it doesn't make any sense. And this is why, at the end of the day, I understand what Cynthia G's is saying. I can't listen to some of you niggas because some of the things that y'all say, there's no logical train of thought to rationalize whatever you're saying. I cannot connect the two at all. Again, in one breath, you're listening to a homosexual man. Let me be clear on this. I actually have nothing against gay people. We have an issue in our community where down low men, where there are men in our community who are gay. But again, when we have these ideologies when it comes to gay people and stuff like that. My issue with homosexuality is nothing to do with biblical. It's everything that has to do with human evolution more so. So again, I don't like to associate myself with this traditional pro-black mentality because we don't all think the same. My reasoning as to why I'm not for interracial is not the same like most people. My reasoning as to why I'm not for homosexuality is not biblical. I do understand to a certain degree, yes, animals do it, and they do it because certain animals that do that know that they're not going to be endangered anytime soon. So when we see primates act in homosexual behavior, we also have to understand that primates have similar behaviors as humans, but again, lack of reading. It's becoming extremely frustrating. And so I realized that there needs to be a change in the female's behavior. I do agree with some of you men. Yeah, the women do have to change. And I think the one thing that y'all are not understanding is that the change that the women are doing as a collective is not going to be in your favor. It's not going to be in your male favor. It's going to be about the empowerment and the upliftment of us. Just like we kind of want y'all to do the same for yourselves, but not out of vitriol for women. I'm leveling myself up not against men. I want to be educated. I want to be healthy, not for a man, but because if I'm healthy now, I can live a long, prosperous life for my children. I have cancer running in my family, so I'm fully aware that most likely I won't be here in 20 years. I'm fully aware of that. There are some of y'all niggas be out here, you're 40, 50 years old, and you've never had your prostate checked. Then you wonder why you're dead at 55. Because a lot of y'all niggas is not on top of your health as you should be. But you talk about women's dress sizes and stuff like that. And it's very strange to me. You don't know how procreation works. You still think that the man has a seed. Again, you don't read books because in botany, the sperm is considered a fertilizer. And the ovum is the actual seed because the ovum is the one that embeds itself in the uterus, which is the soil. But again, no reading on your behalf. But it's just, if I'm ever going to be a better person for me, it's going to be for the longevity of my lineage. I want to be able to see my great-grandkids. I was fortunate and blessed enough to see my great-grandparents, and they died at like 102 or some shit, like 106 or whatever. And I was able to meet them. And I can see that there's a huge gap between them and me because they're the actual children of slaves. They have a completely different mentality from me. And I realize that that's not something that there's certain characteristics, there's certain ideologies that I do want to bring into my legacy. Of course, the hard working, the ambition, the perseverance, and all that kind of stuff. But all the other stuff, the self-hating and the colorism and the featureism that goes on in my family, that's not something that I want to bring forth into my life. So when I push hard for me wanting to be with a man who is equally dark-skinned as me, it is not because I'm a colorist. It's because I recognize and I have reverence for melanin. I'm not hateful towards myself. I do want to replicate that which looks like myself. I love my kinky hair. I love my dark skin. I love my full lips. I love my flat nose. I do like my narrow eyes. I love everything that all the shit that people made fun of me back then. People glorify me today. I have this light skinned girl, this mixed girl. Like when I was a kid, and I know most dudes do this too, but they always talking about that one kid that made their whole life hell. I had one girl. She was a mixed girl, and she was light skinned, passing off as white. She had pretty little gray eyes, and she used to make fun of me all the time. She used to make fun of my kinky hair. She used to make fun of my DSL lips. At the time I was a kid, I didn't even know what DSL was until I went to high school. And she was calling me DSL in middle school, elementary school. And I didn't know any of this. And come to think of it, I would say about 5 years ago, I was on my Facebook and I saw a picture of her. Not only was this dusty bitch had a baby with the most ugliest man I've ever seen in my entire life. He was dark skinned. That's not the reason why he's ugly, but he just so happened to be dark skinned. She is getting fillers. She's getting fillers on her lips. The same shit that she used to talk shit about me about in school. She got fillers. And she got this pygmy who look ugly and has very unruly hair, right? But she's mixed though, right? You would think, okay, she mixed. She got a baby with this black man because, again, you're with your preference. You would assume that, oh, you're with your preference, so your baby's going to automatically come out beautiful, whatever. I'm sorry. God forgive me for saying this. That baby look fucking hideous. That baby look toe up. Like God was blind and he just went into the eye section, randomly picked eyes, placed it on the doll, randomly picked the nose, placed it on the doll, randomly picked lips, placed it on the doll, and just shipped it to her. The baby was just outrageously hideous. To please God, don't curse my children looking ugly for saying that the child's ugly, but the child ugly. And again, I feel like that's just something like, she used to do that to a lot of the dark-skinned girls in our school. So I pride myself in all the shit that I went through. My mom trying to press my lips together to make my lips small, pinching my nose. These are subconscious triggers and like it's triggers and program that your ancestors was raised with, and that's not something I want to bring in my life. I want, when I look at my baby and she has full lips and she's dark skinned and she has the cutest little kinky hair, I'm looking at that child and I'm saying that that's the most beautiful thing on the planet. And I'm starting to understand, I'm starting to realize that some of y'all niggas just don't give a fuck about your kids. Honestly. You don't. If you cared about your children, you would be proud to have a woman who is intellectual so that she can teach your child something. I know for a fact that the ideologies that my dad taught me when it comes to being an adult is not something I want to teach my kid. I don't want to teach my kid that their only option in life is to just go to college. And if they don't go to college, that they ain't shit. My dad, to this day, gives me hell for not getting the degree that he wants me to get. I don't want that for my kids. I want to raise my child to where if I see that kid is talented in music, is talented in writing, because I finished my first book at 11. I asked my dad to read it. He didn't want to read that shit. I've been drafting this book since 2012. I was writing it while I was at my father's house. I finished its first chapter in about 2 hours. I asked my father to read it and he looked at it. He's like, what the fuck is this shit? You can't do nothing being a writer. Mind you, he's picking up a book, Stephen King book. Stephen King doesn't do anything but write. So because I want to write for a living, I can't do that. He's kind of like what the African parents are. If you're not a doctor, lawyer, and engineer, you are a nobody. Literally a nobody. He has a daughter who finished her first book at 11, 325 pages. It took me about a year and a half to write it because I was writing that shit almost every day. And this man is looking at me like, you can't do shit with this. He didn't even read my book. These are some of the parents that we have in our generation. And yes, what were you saying? Landy 302, generational curses need to be broken. I plan to be the first in my line to step away from that family. And actually, it's not just me. I have cousins. A majority of my cousins have done the same thing. We're all moving in a non-traditional way. I have two cousins. They have literally a PhD and a master's, and they're now working in their field. I have one, she's doing art. And it's funny because we used to go to church together, and we used to sit together in church, and we used to draw because we didn't know what the fuck the pastor was talking about. We used to just draw. And we used to have like drawing competitions, and I used to draw my little anime, and she was drawing her little weird pictures at the time. It was weird. But now, as she's gotten older, and now black art is so ethereal, it's sensory, it's so beautiful and just vibrant, and she's making money off of that. She's making more money from her art, from her passion, that even her dad, my uncle, was telling her, you can't really do nothing with this. She makes more money from that than from her own master's degree. And seeing her, and she's like 4 or 5 years younger than me, and seeing her pursue the things that made her happy the most. She's the most happiest now. I see pictures of her when she was in college, stressing herself out. She didn't have that glow. She got out. She started doing her own thing. She started traveling. She started hanging out with her friends and all that kind of stuff. And you see that glow. And I'm starting to understand that these old motherfuckers, these boomer Gen X generation of men and women, these parents, they are, I'm sorry, but I feel like some of them are a hindrance to the growth of this new generation of minds, the millennials and the Gen Xers. To a certain degree, I feel like the Gen Xers are doing too much. But when I sit back and I really look at them and I see these, like, I follow a lot of these young entrepreneurs, these young female entrepreneurs. And I'll see this young girl, she's 19 years old, and she's making $100,000 a year. And I don't feel envious. I don't feel jealousy. I feel pride. I feel so much sense of pride because YouTube was out when I was 19, but it wasn't really popping like that. Most of the people who were making money off of YouTube were white folks. But to see now so many black kids out here, so many young black innovators and creators and creatives and artists and musicians, they're making so much money just being themselves. Not being an engineer, not being a lawyer, not tying yourself out. Yeah, they're necessary. These positions are necessary. I don't believe everybody should be doing it. I went to school for being a nurse, to go to nursing school. I wanted to be an OBGYN because I love babies. And I saw how much there was so much neglect of black women in the medical field. And I realized that to a certain degree, me being a nurse, there's only so much I can do as a nurse. And that's why I changed my last degree to public health, because I realized that it's not necessarily the work environment, it's the laws, it's the ethics behind it. And I realized that you can't really do much as a nurse, as a doctor, unless you have a shit ton of money and you're putting towards a program and stuff like that. But if I was to be in public health, if I was to be a part of the ethics community, the ethics committee, to where we can make a change in these medical policies, to where we are no longer neglecting black women. We have women like Serena Williams. Yeah, okay, she's a divester and all that kinds of stuff. Okay, cool. But she is having a white man's baby, and even the doctors are neglecting her. So and this is why I just don't get some of y'all divestors. You're not safe because you married a white man. That's not protection. because you're still a black woman. We already know that the father of gynecology was using black women as experiments. No pain relievers, no painkillers, none of those things. And for me at the time when I was learning about this, and I realized that if I was to get into gynecology, I am understanding a concept that a white man created. And it fucked up my mind a little bit. And this was like my last semester in school. This is right before COVID happened. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, this school is, and it's not just this school, the school system in general teaches you how to think like a white professional. I'm not a white person. Now, I know that if I really want to be an asset and a benefit to the community, especially in that terms when it comes to public health, then yes, I do need my degree. There are other things that I can do to help my community that doesn't require me to have my degree. One of which was something that I've been doing for years, and that's to write. And the book that I've been writing is, I had to take a hiatus because, of course, a non-black professor didn't understand the purpose of my novel. Because the purpose of my novel was to educate and wake up black folks. And the way I wrote it, he understood that. And I can say in 2017, I stopped writing. I haven't written since. I want to say it's depression and writer's block. I think it's more and in fear as well. Because these same people, this non-black person basically reinforced the same thing that my father was telling me. You can't do this. You can't do this. And then when I come into these spaces and I'm listening to you niggas talk about you want an ignorant woman to marry, it scares me because I realize that you as a man, you who say that, I realize that you actually do not care about the progression of your community. I realize that. Oh yeah, Landy, I do plan to self-publish. I do plan to do that. Or publish with a black publishing firm. It's been a while. I write here and there. I'm not writing in the story, but I am writing all the preliminary stuff that I've learned over the last few years, because at the time when I was writing it, I didn't have the information to make it I didn't have enough information to flush out the whole storyline. So I wanted to do a little bit more education on it first. GoFundMe. Child, I ain't no Obsidian. I ain't finna GoFundMe no damn book. Period. First of all, the book that I'm writing, it's something I feel every black person would enjoy reading. I don't think every black person is going to enjoy reading Obsidian, the book of Obsidian. Because a lot of that shit is just bashing women in general. Or categorizing and boxing women up and then stepping on the box. For me, the story that I've been writing it's about kinship, togetherness, understanding your differences, but then coming together with a common cause. And as I was writing it, I was in a particular journey in my life where I realized that I needed more understanding and education before I further write it. So I took a hiatus for a moment. I didn't realize it was going to be a 4-year hiatus. Most likely I'm going to get back into writing it very soon. It's online somewhere. But even that first chapter, that was 4 or 5 years ago. My writing style has changed since then. So most likely I have to rewrite it. But anyway. I'm just talking. I wasn't even really looking at y'all's comments. Hold on, I'm just reading y'all's comments now. I saw that Sin came in earlier. Hey, Sin. Hold on. Anyway, I just wanted to just talk about what Irene was talking about in her question about what you as a woman, what would you prefer to be, pretty and uneducated or pretty and educated? And of course I'm going to be pretty and educated. I understand that if I'm going to be this so-called first teacher of my child, I'm going to have to be either self-taught or somewhat educated to a certain extent. It doesn't make any sense for me to be a pretty dumb bitch and have children. It doesn't make any sense at all. I wish a lot of you men would get out of your intimidation and just do better for yourselves. There's a lot of black women who have held your hands, myself included. I've held a lot of niggas' hands because I saw the ambition. You know what I'm saying? Women know what I'm talking about. We see the ambition. And again, it's a mothering instinct. It's just a mothering instinct in us to want to help someone. And I've always been like that. I don't, it's not like I want to help someone so I can get something back from it type of shit. I love helping someone if I'm seeing that you have a business going on and stuff like that, and it's an idea that I respect and it's interesting. I'm going to support you. But I've yet to have the same type of energy coming from men. Y'all keep saying we need to pick better, but I feel like the selection of picks out here are extremely self-centered. It doesn't matter how much of a pick. I don't feel like, I don't think my criteria of picking a man is as vain as some people may think. Yeah, I like an attractive man, of course, but he doesn't have to look like Boris Kojo. You know what I'm saying? He don't gotta look like Idris Elba. He doesn't have to look like that. I don't have those, he gotta look like this in order for me to pay attention to him. No, that's not my criteria. He doesn't have to work in tech for me to take him serious. You see what I'm saying? These dudes talk about, these women don't like blue collar men. I actually prefer blue collar men, as long as you're not sucking the tit off of a white man for the rest of your life. If you plan to have your own business, I support that. I don't support black men just working underneath a white man for the next 40, 50 years. I don't believe that is the purpose of working for the white man. I believe the purpose of working for the white man is to learn and separate and do your own fucking thing. I've been at a few of my jobs. I don't have a lot of jobs because I've always been a loyal worker. I've learned so much. I've learned marketing, business, advertisement, all that shit from one job. And I know if I was to create my own little restaurant or whatever like that, I know I can create a successful restaurant because I've had 10 years experience working in that field. I wish a lot of black men had that type of ambition to go to the next level. And there are a lot of black women who want to push you to that next level. Y'all consider that nagging. Oh, she's nagging me. She wants you to be better. And she wants you to hurry the fuck up because you only got one life to live. Y'all niggas love talking about women hit the wall at 25 and shit like that and da-da-da-da. Y'all niggas act like y'all gonna live till like 100 years old. You don't get your prostate checked, but you think that you're gonna go live to be 95 years old. You haven't went to the doctor in 5 years, sir, but you think that you're gonna live forever. You still have a pimple on your face that has been on your face for the last 4 months. You haven't addressed it, but you still think that you're going to live forever. There was a time where I remember y'all niggas was telling us, black women, you need to do better. Black women are doing better. I see a shit ton of black women who were fat, who are now skinny. Y'all love saying that 80% of black women are obese. 2 years ago, I was 220 pounds. Less than a year later, I was 120 pounds. So, yeah, there are, I feel like some of these dudes purposely go into the ghetto, and they see the women that's walking around in the projects, and I'm not saying every woman in the projects is trifling or ghetto or whatever, but I think like whenever they see a normal schmegler girl, like if I was to walk across the street in like my regular jeans, t-shirt and whatever, they don't see that, right? It's like I've never existed. but they will see the woman with the bonnet and the thotty shorts. The one chick in the bonnet and the thotty shorts, but they completely missed the 50 black women that was walking around them wearing business attire, just wearing regular workout gear, actually being fit. I go to HEB and I see a shit ton of fat ass niggas, and women are walking in there with crop tops and abs. So maybe I'm seeing a completely different reality, but yeah. You know, I've gained some weight and shit like that, but y'all be acting as if when a woman gains weight that she can't lose the weight. I don't like some of you niggas a lot. Okay? I really don't fucking like y'all at all. I don't. Cause y'all have selective like visions for some reason. And a lot of dudes will probably listen to like, well, you have selective vision too. No, I try to give every man the benefit of the doubt, and I've been disappointed every single time. And it is not just men that I'm fucking, because y'all would swear to God that every man that a woman is talking to that she's having sex with. I have more guy friends that I do not fuck than I have dudes that I fuck, okay? As I'm learning how to vet men more, y'all keep saying, pick better, right? I'm going to keep going back to that. Y'all keep saying, pick better. So that means that we have to learn how to vet men differently. So I vet men differently. If you decide that you want to gaslight me on a very important topic, I'm blocking your ass. I could care less how much things that we have in common, because the one thing that I will not tolerate is a man fucking with my brain. I experienced that majority of my life. I don't think I should accept that from a perfect stranger from you, simply so I can get married. I'm supposed to take your abuse so I can get married? Oh, you're calling it a test. Gaslighting me on a serious topic will get your ass beat. Okay? I don't know about y'all in these streets, but as a Jamaican woman, if you decide to frustrate me for no reason, because that's what y'all niggas do, y'all frustrate women for no reason. You get them upset so you can see their response, so you can respond. I've noticed this. You'll get a woman, you'll piss a woman off if she don't respond the way you want her to respond, which is loud and ghetto or whatever. You will say something else to trigger her. Then when she gets upset, then you'll go on a live stream for the next 4 or 5 hours talking about these bitches ain't shit. These bitches can't handle the truth. There'll be dudes that'll be saying some wild shit that is supposed to get any woman upset. If you are talking online about raping women and a bitch decides to respond and say, I will shoot your ass, and you have a problem with that, yeah. I can pick better. I really can. But I can't foresee a man trying to intentionally piss me off to see how I respond. Why do you do that? And I'm really starting to see that some of y'all men, you say these triggering and very hurtful statements to women because you enjoy hurting people. Hurt people. That statement is very true. I'm very hurt. But I don't enjoy hurting someone. I don't. I'm going to be totally honest. Yeah, I've hurt somebody, but that didn't mean that I enjoyed it. You see what I'm saying? I would never say, oh, I've never hurt nobody, I'm perfect. No, I've hurt people. But that didn't mean that I hurt them on purpose and it made me laugh. That's some psychopath shit. A lot of you niggas do that. You come online and you purposely say things hurtfully. You know that pedophilia, you know the R word, you know that molestation, you know these words is y'all know that we have an issue in our community. And the one thing that y'all love to do is you love to get to know a woman just so you can throw that shit back in her face. And I'm starting to really see that. And this is why I don't trust any man. I don't even trust the men in my family anymore. Because even they have displayed some of the same attributes. Again, I really feel like this cosmic shift, it's more than what we think it is. I really feel that we are transitioning into an age of the feminine divine principle is going to start to take root. But there's going to be a time where we're going to have to fight this hyper masculine society, literally, physically. Because we have men online 3:00 in the morning talking and with a smile, you can tell that they're smiling because they tell you in customer service that if you're talking, you need to talk on the phone with a smile because you can hear, like right now, I'm talking, smiling. So you can definitely hear the change in my voice. A lot of these dudes are like, yeah. So what if a dude was to, you're trying to get gas at the gas station and it's 11:00 at night and he comes and attack you. It's shit like that terrifies me. And y'all say that to trigger women, but then you want to get upset when we say that we don't want to birth black boys. They're not existing yet. We don't want to have them yet. But you're more pressed about non-existent children, not the fact that you are on social media, on a YouTube channel, the internet is forever, talking about men pouncing on women in the dead of night and saying that it is justified because what is a woman doing at the gas station at 11:00 at night? This is the reality that women are having to deal with. And a lot of these so-called dudes, they call themselves good men. They call it, I'm a good man. Why are you upset when I bring up the concept of pedophilia then? Knowing that pedophilia has been historically done by males. I'm not anti-male saying that. As a historian, pedophilia is something that has been a male dominated thing. Sorry. That's just a reality. Every war has been caused by a man. Sorry. That's just the reality of it. That's just the reality. Imagine if a woman started a war. Imagine. I don't think we can really imagine that because even for the last 2,000 years, as far as back as we can go, we know that most women don't start wars. We could talk about the Trojan War. Helen didn't start the Trojan War, if you actually believe that shit's real. But Helen didn't start the Trojan War. There's them niggas who started the Trojan War. Y'all gotta know this before I get off here, because I've been talking too motherfucking much and I gotta get my car fixed. The age of Aquarius is female. And when I say that the age of Aquarius is female, I'm not talking about the positions in which we understand now, like the president and all these high positions, all that is going to be somehow replaced by women overnight. I don't necessarily believe, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but I'm not saying that that's what the age of Aquarius is going to entail. What I can say is this. Some of y'all men, y'all need to fall back. I'm not saying let the woman lead, because I don't think that's not what the gynocracy actually means, or it should mean. If you are saying that the woman is the first teacher, you're going to have to step aside and let us teach the children. Right? That's also it's gonna mean that we're gonna have to be educated. But you, as a man, also have to be educated as well. Sign up for a vocational school, trade school. There's nothing wrong with being a blue collar man. If you are trying to check for women who don't like blue collar men, those are not the women you should be checking for. Pick better, brethren. Real talk. I know that there are some women who don't like blue collar men. I get that. I don't understand, but I get it. I personally, I've dated a corporate nigga. That's not my that's not my cup of tea. I really don't. So, men, black men mainly, because I don't really be dating other races of men like that. Please, do better. If you say that you are a good man, if you can look in yourself in the mirror and you think you're a good man, if a black woman is talking about pedophilia and how horrible that shit is, and she's seeing, men standing by high schools trying to seek high school women's approval, don't come into the chat and deflect and talk about black women, because we all know that yes, pedophilia can be done by women too, but since y'all love numbers and stats, the stats show that more men are pedophiles. The stats show that more men are the rapists. Black women, we will talk to each other amongst ourselves about the quorums in our community, such as parenting. I think that is definitely something black women need to have a conversation about together. Sorry, I don't really want to talk about parenting with some of these boomer generation of people, because I don't feel like some of the things that they say is progressive in nature. But there needs to be a change in parenting on our end as women. But then on the same time, I don't hear much conversation about fatherhoods with men. Actually, whenever I see that there's a live stream that's talking about black fatherhood, by the time I get into that live stream, by maybe 20 minutes in, you know what they're talking about? Pussies and hoes. Y'all don't give a fuck about your kids. You keep telling us that we don't give a fuck about our kids. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I really don't. And when I be listening to Cynthia G's content, I'm being pulled between like just not giving a fuck about you niggas at all. And I mean, not like by like that, like, oh, I'm just gonna get me a white man, fuck these niggas type of shit. It's not even about that. It's a matter of like, this is how I am. Usually when I'm friends with a black guy and he needs help or something like that, I don't even offer. I just help you, because that has always been my nature. I actually have to stop doing that. I'm no longer doing that shit anymore. If you need help, you're a whole man. I think you can do pretty decent by yourself. Yeah. I used to be meal prepping for niggas and shit like that, and I would get nothing from it. So, yeah, no. Dick is not payment either. Because, see, here's the funny thing. Y'all love to talk about how, oh, for your birthday, bitches just be getting pussy and Alfredo pasta. Y'all niggas be doing the same thing. Like, look. Dick and wings, that's not a good gift, fam. Dick and wings, it's cool. I fuck with dick and wings, but you're not finna give me dick and wings for my birthday. Whatever. I'm gonna read these comments. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I need to take care of facts. Accountability is key. Start with yourself, and what you can control, things will work for itself out. But putting blame on another one is not getting it done. That's facts. That's facts. Now, to a certain degree, like, there is just certain things that I do that it's not I don't think it's an organic act. There are certain things that I feel that has been programmed. Like my passivity to certain things that I know I shouldn't be passive on. That's something that I learned from my mother. There are certain things that I've learned from my father. It's a part of my personality that shouldn't be a part of my personality. So I have to take accountability for how I act then. You see what I'm saying? Like, when you're a kid, you still have to take accountability because you're still not dumb as a kid. But when you're my age, when you're 30 years old and you've had a good 10 years to process how your parents raised you, because I spent the last 10 years, a lot of dudes would be like, this is what dudes think. Kevin Samuel said this in a live stream a couple days ago, talking about how women, they'll spend their 20s fucking, and then they all of a sudden, when they turn 30, they want to get their shit together. To a certain degree, yes, that does happen, right? And those women are not fucking other women. Those women are fucking other men. So y'all are also aiding in the fucking around culture. So let's get off of that. Next. For the 10 years that he's talking about, I was fucking around and stuff like that. I was actually doing more shadow work because I realized that I lost my mom in a circumstance that was unusual. The drama surrounding my mom's passing, that whole 2 years prior and after, I can say was the most traumatic experience in my life. And at 14, I didn't understand it, but it hit me hard when I went into my first relationship. I realized that there were so many things that was unaddressed. A lot of generational curses start really showing themselves. And the last relationship that I was in, that right there, as I had gotten out of that relationship, I realized I was living the exact same reality and experience like my mother 25 years prior. Actually, no, because I got with him when I was 28. My mom was going through my mom went through the exact same scenario and same issues that she went with my father 30 years prior. 5 years before my mom had me. And I was going through the same thing. And I realized that, again, those mentalities that our boomer generation, the Gen X, they pass on these toxic, dysfunctional ways of how you communicate interactions with other Black people, and this is why we are here today. And I refused to ever get myself into a situation like that again. And it's unfortunate that I had to learn a lot of my lessons when I was older, because I was raised very sheltered. So a lot of this fuck shit, the nigga shit that y'all was talking about and stuff like that. Oh, I was passing drugs at 14 and stuff. I wasn't raised in that type of environment. So I can't relate. And most of the adult shit that y'all was saying that you went through at 19 and stuff, I didn't experience that until I was like 27, 28, until recently. And so my genuine responses right now is genuine. It's recent. I can't relate. I really cannot. And it's frustrating trying to have an honest conversation with a lot of these men on here when they don't even give you a chance to be you. They don't. I've had so many men project a lot of these stereotypes that other women go through on me as if I experienced that. I've never experienced sexual molestation from a family member. But if we're having a conversation about rape and molestation and stuff like that, why is your first thought that I've been molested? And that somehow because I wasn't molested, that I shouldn't have a conversation on it? I don't know. I feel I'm usually confused most of the time when I speak with men. Because I genuinely want to understand what you're talking about. But some of it is steeped in ignorance and hatred and self-hatred of yourself. And I used to have self-esteem issues. I used to have self-hate issues. That's something that I learned from my parents. As I gotten older and I started doing my own research on what I am and all kinds of shit and my position in society as a Black woman and knowing who I am as a Black woman, as just a Black woman outside of the system of white supremacy, I've empowered myself with that information rather than let that shit defeat me. A lot of y'all niggas are very defeatist in mindset. A lot of y'all are very defeatist in the mind. And because a lot of the times when I bring up concepts that you as a man can change, like for example, parenting. Y'all love to talk about parenting and stuff like that. I'm not a mother, but I believe that the process of learning how to be a mom starts before you're a mother. That means for me, I have to reflect on how my mom raised me. Even though, I grew up as an adult without a mother figure. I also have to learn at the same time what I've already known from the 14 years that she was with me. A lot of you men are not good fathers because you yourself didn't have a father, but that should not be an excuse as to why you shouldn't be a good father. You should strive to be the best person you should be. All my cousins are blessed to have their moms to have these conversations about men and stuff like that. I don't have that luxury. I don't have that luxury to call my mom and say, hey, mom, I went through this relationship with this man and it's kind of similar and eerie to you and my father. How did you overcome this? You know how? You know why? Because she's dead from dealing with niggas like you. That's just the God's honest truth. I can praise my dad all day, but at the same time, I understand why that woman is dead. Anyway. Some of y'all motherfuckers y'all are killing yourselves spiritually, and you're trying to kill other people spiritually too. You're not finna kill me. You're not finna take my spirit down. I'm going to elevate. And if you don't like my elevation, I'm going to pick better. And it's not going to be you. Any man that is going to sit here, and if you decide that you want to elevate yourself and be a better person, and he wants to stand in the way of your elevation, you need to dismiss him. It don't matter how good his dick is. It don't matter how much money it doesn't matter how much money he spends on you or any of that type of shit. You need to leave. It is problematic that they demand that you be their piece and they can't be yours. Being my piece is more than you buying me things. Being my piece is when I'm crying about something that my father has done, or a realization, a trauma that I realized just now. I want to be there to hold me and understand. Not criticize me and chastise me and say I should have picked better. I can't pick my parents. Tiff, I had an uncle that died from a broken heart. My mom died from a broken heart. It was cancer, but when my mom passed, she left behind her diary. And I read it. And when I was a kid, I didn't understand what was going on. And when I had my first heartbreak last year, I read it again and I broke down crying in tears. And I realized that my mom held on with her last dying breath, hoping that my father, even as she died, hoping that my father will come around and rescue her. This is how much you niggas' mindset and your toxic rhetoric does to people. This is not something that is new. Telling women to completely erase themselves for another man. I saw my mother do that and it killed her. So yes, I'm going to move different. I'm going to move different. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not finna sit here and let any man run me. I'm not going to let any man run my emotions the way that y'all say that. Because when y'all say shit like that, and it triggers me because I remember how my parents were. My mom dropped everything in life for my father. My dad did not want her at all. But the same type of woman that y'all talk about, you praise these fucking pick-me's on here. I love my mother to death. But my mom is the same type of woman that y'all niggas keep talking about. I love her to death. But that's just the honest reality of it all. The same type of woman that y'all niggas keep talking about. She's a ride or die. She will never say no. She don't fight for herself. She only fights for you. Women like that die. I watched my mother die, bro. I was in high school, man. I was in high school. I had a 3.7 GPA. And still taking care of my mother. While she was down taking 2 or 3 Vicodins because the pain was so excruciating. I had to be up 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes cleaning the apartment because my mom was too sick, throwing up from the chemo. And she's still crying because a lot of the hurtful things that y'all niggas be saying on here to hurt women, my dad was doing the same thing to her. And she was dying. And I watched my mother die, bruh. I watched her die loving a man that would never love her back. The same type of woman that y'all put on this pedestal. She neglected her own health. And y'all be like, she. That's why I get triggered. That's why I get triggered by people like Kevin Samuels, because the type of woman that he describes was my mother. And I watched her serve a man who didn't want her for 20 years. And it didn't work in her favor. She left her daughter, her 14-year-old daughter, by herself. Not only that, she left her 14-year-old daughter with the same man who put her in that emotional turmoil in the first place. And I left at 21. Not because I hated my father, because I don't hate that man. But I sure as hell don't want to die like my mother. And there was a lot of things that my dad was doing and saying. A lot of the things that y'all niggas is doing online that made me realize that he was trying to tear me down the same way he did to my mother. I'm not finna do that. I didn't pick my father. Have I told this to my father? I just recently cut him off. He did something that it is, I think it's a written law that disrespecting the dead is it's wrong. And the same type of man that I'm seeing on YouTube, this, I don't know if y'all saw the show Blue Therapy, this Paul individual. If you've seen it, Paul, when you look at that man, just know that's part of my dad right there, times 10. I was watching this black couple do a review on that show, Blue Therapy, with Chioma and Paul. And I was triggered the entire time because I felt like I was watching my father when he was 30. My dad doesn't care about my grief. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He, just like a lot of these men be online and they like to laugh and kiki about women being raped and killed and all the kind. That's the same energy, okay? I can say that. I love my father, but I'm starting to understand more so that that's not love that I have for him, but more so fear. And that's not something that I want to have. I want to love and respect my father, but I'm starting to learn now as I'm really like spending time with myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I haven't been fucking for the last few months. I've been just really like focusing on me and starting to like not internalize in a bad way, but really just reflect on my upbringing as a child, because I'm at that age right now where I could have a child, and I don't want to bring that type of toxicity in my kid's life. So I have to think about these things over and over and over again, especially when I learn something new. And the more I'm starting to understand is the more I realize that the love and the respect and the reverence that I had for my father was fear. And when he made a state, and I don't even want to mention it on here because what he said, I know for a fact that him, Kevin Samuels, and some of these manosphere dudes will get along very well. And I'm able to compartmentalize my father. I'm able to see that his personality is trash and stuff like that. But as far as some of the things that he's taught me, as far as being perseverant, being intelligent, holding your accountability for yourself, that is something that I appreciate him for. As far as all the other stuff, I'm realizing more than ever that y'all niggas love to talk about having a father figure. I'm realizing now, like literally like a month or two ago, that my dad never raised me to be married. My dad didn't raise me to be loved by someone. And there was this video, I don't know if y'all follow this channel, but it's called Psych to Go. There is this video, and I was watching it yesterday, and that shit had me in tears. And it was, I think it's a video that says, the title is, here, You're Not Crazy. 6 Reasons Why It's Actually Your Upbringing, and it has nothing to do with you. And I was watching this, and I was in tears. I went through every single one of those 6 instances times 100. And I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, do I actually really love my father, or do I fear him? Just like the Bible tells you, you need to fear God, right? You need to fear but love him at the same time. That right there, if you love somebody, you're not supposed to be afraid of them. But that is what I got. And as I'm sitting there and I'm processing this information, and there was another video that says, here are 5 signs why you hate yourself. And I'm watching that. And all 5, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I have high self-esteem. Not high self-esteem, but I do have some type of self-esteem for myself. And I'm watching this, and I realize I hate myself. Not because there's something worthy to hate, because I don't think that there's anything worthy to hate on me, to be honest. I think I'm actually a pretty dope individual. The moment I separated myself from my dad and some of the shit that used to chime in my ears, telling me what I can and cannot do, and I started really just living life as me, oh my God, like, I'm actually a dope person. And everything that made me problematic was something that was subconsciously programmed in me from my own parents. Yeah, Kevin. The revelation, learning is an everyday process. So when Kevin talks about, women all of a sudden want to decide to have kids when they're 30 or something like at 30 years old, that's because when you're in your 20s, you don't understand what your parents was doing to you. You don't understand how the world operates when you're 21 years old. Yeah, your uterus is functioning perfectly, but that doesn't mean that your brain understands or processes the world at all. I saw how my mom brought me into this world at 28 years old and still did not know what the fuck she was doing. Mind you, she had the degree and all that kind of stuff, but she was not mentally ready. And then her having a child with a man who they're not on the same wavelength spiritually, it definitely, it made her parenting difficult. It did. And I told myself, as I watched my mom pass, man, as I literally watched my mother die, waste away in front of my face. Y'all dudes talk about, you seen your homeboy get shot, right? But seeing your mom, your vibrant mother, bruh. My mom, who used to plant vegetables and sell them to people. She used to buy beat up furniture and refurbish that shit, and she looks used brand new. My mom was a miracle worker. She was doing, and out of all of this shit all this beautiful creations that she was making, my mom was suffering on the inside. And I didn't realize it until I read her diary. My mom was suffering, bruh. Suffering, loving this insufferable man, this high value man. Because my dad is a 6-figure dude. He makes money. He's been making 6 figures longer than 5 years. You think money makes you a better person? If anything, money has made my dad even more ruthless in the last 5 years. I kid you not. The person who I knew when I was a child, that's why when my little sisters, I talk to my little sisters all the time. The father that you know is not the father that I was raised. He's not the same. That money really got to my dad's head. So a lot of y'all want to talk about money and all that kinds of stuff. Oh, I can't do nothing if I don't got 6 figures. Listen, if y'all are not doing the shadow work, I don't give a fuck about how much money you make. I don't. Honestly. I don't. Because the money is not, it's supposed to be an avenue to create more avenues, more opportunities for you. Not you sitting on this pedestal and you looking down at people and hating on everybody. That is not what money is supposed to do. That's why I listen, when people motherfuckers tell me, "Oh, I'm broke. Oh, you broke." I'm broke, but I have my wits about me. I don't sit here and act like I'm better than everybody else. I am growing just like everyone else. The person who I was last year is not the same person as this year. I don't believe in stagnation. I don't believe in that. And so when I have to be open and honest about these things because not every one of us is the same. And I've seen a few comments of men saying, why do you have an issue with Kevin Samuels? Because he's speaking, not only is that dynamic in which he's talking about, it has exist, people lose their minds because of that. I don't think y'all dudes fully understand what y'all are asking. I don't think y'all fully understand. Because the woman that y'all are illustrating, you're talking about a woman who doesn't care about herself. To be subservient to you and only you, I've seen it happen. And that woman is dead. That creator. So you have an issue with what Kevin Samuels wants from women because that type of woman that he speaks on is, I think that woman is problematic. My mom was problematic. Her passivity was problematic. Being passive in an environment in which she should have been aggressive and active in is why I had to lower my mother in a casket at 14. Yeah, she died from cancer. It could have been prevented, but when man, there's so much shit, bro. Like, y'all niggas don't understand what y'all be asking for. You don't. And I'm starting to understand that y'all just want to be with women so you can abuse them. And I low-key cry because I actually care about the community. I care, and I realize that if you continue to act like this, you're just going to continue to create more dysfunctional and confused kids like myself, who has to literally drive 3,000 miles away from her own father just to get some type of peace. And even after almost 10 years of not living with my father, I still feel like I owe him something. I still feel like I have to pay him in some fashion. And all he had to do was just love me in my entirety as what I am. Because I don't know. I don't know. Having a present and active father is great. But if he's not teaching you to love yourself, or if he is, but he's dismissing and relegating feelings if it only has to revolve around him, That right there, that's problematic. Creating passive women is problematic. That's why I don't get pressed about this modern woman term, because I saw the traditional woman die because she was traditional. And I'm starting to realize with every passing day, with every time I have a conversation with any man, it doesn't matter like if he's online or in real life, I'm starting to realize that they only want to be with me unless I am doing something for them. It's not the matter of, wow, she's a great person, let me just do the right thing. You only do the right thing because you want to get a reward. And that's actually very childish. In psychology, I can't remember, there's a stage where that's how you teach children positive and negative reinforcements. And I don't want to raise a child. I don't want to raise a grown ass man. I don't want to do that. I don't want to coddle you. I want you to be a self-sustaining man. If that's really hard to ask for, why is it difficult that I have to ask a man to have a job, a car, in his own place? Because I have a job, a car in my own place. So if I was to ask a man to do it, why is that deemed as me having unrealistic standards? No, I don't expect my man to make six figures. I really don't. I expect him to be financially literate. I expect him to be financially responsible. I don't want to be with a man who, I'm sorry, this is no offense to y'all who have this, but I'm not interested in a man who has a collection of Jordans. I'm not interested in that type of man. If you do have a collection of Jordans, that's great. Cool. But I'm not interested in that. I have more stocks in Nike than I have Nike shoes. You see what I'm saying? There's priorities. I would spend probably, I would prefer to spend my last 50 on a whole shit ton of books than buying shoes, than buying heels. And if it's me being unrealistic, asking for a man who has the same type of ideology as me, just from having that type of standard, sir, it is you that is the problem. And I'm just being honest to God with it. If you are saying that you are pro-black, but your priorities is not aligning with pro-blackness, that is a you problem, not a me problem. If y'all are black men online are saying that you care about the community and you are sick and tired of these children being raised by ain't shit women, why are you as a man still picking strippers to be your wife? Now, I'm not saying that strippers are bad women. I'm not saying that. But the way y'all illustrate it, y'all will make it seem like strippers are bad women, but yet so y'all are giving them majority of your money, majority of your time, and you're bringing your best foot forward to these type of women. I'm confused. The guys that I chase after the poets, the writers, the artists. I don't go after the niggas that's flashing hundreds on Instagram, what's up, balling, spreading them hundreds. And I don't go after dudes like that. I go after dudes that talk about anime. Despite how much y'all be dragging anime lovers and shit like that. I don't mind it. You like talking about history? I fuck with you, man. You wanna enjoy nature, and not be necessarily inside playing video games all day, because I love playing video games all day, but I do want to do who's adventurous. Yeah, like, hey, let's go. Look, take me on a road trip somewhere. That's the type of shit I be on. I don't know a lot of dudes who are like that. Honestly, I don't. And I live in Houston. Big ass fucking city. There's a lot of activities that goes on in Houston. And yet and still, I still end up with the black guy who just wants to go party and or play video games. Even in the vetting, the dating, the talking stage, I'm like, hey, what do you like to do? they'll say all the things that I like, and then when you actually get with them, they actually don't do it. Again, y'all niggas be lying to get the pussy, but you keep telling us to pick better. Stop lying. Be honest. If you are the type of dude that you just want to play video games for 9 hours out of the day, first of all, I have no issue with that. I'll play video games with you 5 hours out of that day, and then the last 3 I'll probably do something else. But I don't want that to be the only thing that y'all niggas is proficient at. And you know what's funny? A lot of y'all niggas is really good at gaming, and you don't put it to use. Do you know how many white people are balling on YouTube, making money just gaming? They don't have to show their face at all. They're just gaming, and they're making buku money. I follow mainly black influencers. I only follow black people mainly. I follow like white people on white people shit. Like I like people who do refurnishing furniture and stuff like that, because I do it, but there's not a lot of black people who do it on YouTube. I follow the few that do, and they don't get as much accolades as they should, because a lot of the pieces that black people be doing, that's some authentic, like real African black people type shit. I'll be watching white people, oh my god, like, we're gonna refurbish this dresser so we can look like modern chic beach retro. I'm not interested in that type of shit. So it's like, I wish black people would be okay with being outside of the box. That's why I want my channel to be a little different. I guess we expect all pro-black channels to have the same type of content. I'm funny. I like to joke. I like to make comedy. So most likely you're going to see I try to do like how Nyla Says does it, Cynthia G, with the very eloquent and educated analytical commentary, and I can do that. I can, but I don't feel myself doing that. I get my point more across through comedy. I have a gaming that I want to do. I have a gaming series that I'm planning on doing, where all of the issues that we're seeing in the space right now in our community, I am playing it in my game and trying to find a solution through that game. Because I know that black people, they learn more so from visuals, right? We have these conversations about liberation, but we don't know what that looks like. We don't have an understanding of what it may like come across. So when I play my Sims game, I don't play it like click, I'm gonna just click and have her do this. No, like usually my storylines, I have one game where it's a single mother, right? She has one kid and she has nothing, and she's trying to go from nothing to something. And then I also have another gameplay of a single father, and how I want the gameplay to go is, and I'm giving away too much, but whatever, to where like they come together after they work and make themselves better, go to school, and then they come together and they build a family. Like how I want my gameplay to teach black people is that these solutions that we talk about, I think it is possible. I think we need something to show that it's possible. You see what I'm saying? I wish black people, back to what I was saying before, I wish the black men who are really good at gaming could put that to good use. My ex is superb at gaming. Homeboy was able to finish the Halo game, in like less than a day. The whole game. And I watched him. And I'm telling this man, again, we are supportive, but you niggas don't listen. I told him, you can make so much money doing this. Because the way he plays games, the way he plays a game is very theatrical. It's funny. It's realistic gaming. And he doesn't want to do it. There's only so much we can do for some of y'all niggas. We can't do everything for you. The only thing I can do is inspire you. So even when I told this motherfucker, look, you need to be doing this gaming shit, he said no. I said, look, I'm going to do it. Now, my computer's trash, so I actually recorded one gameplay, and because my computer has like literally no disk space, because I have like 3 games on here that's pretty powerful, I literally like cannot edit one fucking gameplay in its entirety. It's fucking annoying. But that still doesn't stop me. I feel like every little thing, every little excuse these niggas make, it's a defeatist mentality. And the more I deal with a lot of these dudes, is the more I get the same energy that should be rubbing off on me. And this is why, to a certain degree, I have to stay away from dudes every once in a while. When I get out of a serious relationship, I know some of y'all niggas like to get out of a relationship and pump and dump and start going into other bitches and stuff. I have not been in another relationship since 2019. Because I need to heal myself. I had to heal myself from that whole scenario. And I didn't realize it would take me a whole almost 2 years. I didn't realize that at all. But hold on, let me I keep forgetting. Ciao. Anyway. But man, I'm starting to realize that I just can't. I don't expect majority of the black men in our society to change for themselves. I'm not expecting them to change for me or women at all. I just wish y'all would just change for yourselves. Protect yourself, because you don't realize it, but you doing things for yourself actually helps women. You'll be surprised. And I'm not talking about hating women. I'm not talking about red pill. None of these fucking pills that y'all niggas be taking. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just doing something for yourself. You like gaming. Okay. Create a YouTube channel. Record yourself gaming. Get your money from that. Fuck what any of these motherfuckers gotta talk about. All this stupid You're getting your money, right? You're doing what you love. And you're making money from it. I love gaming. So I actually plan to have a gaming channel to where it's going to be pro-black centered. We're going to have those dialogues while gaming because it's possible. And no one has done it. I know I should probably say anything, but no one has done it. So I'm going to do it. And I wish some black men had that type of energy. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Larry, I wonder what he actually wants to do, if not make money gaming. He's in tech. He's in tech right now. And I don't know, there's just something about me and tech dudes. I love a man who is proficient around electronics. It's sexy to me. So, I don't know. I just wish y'all niggas stayed in your lane. C Boogie said it best. Nigga, stay in your lane. Find your lane and stay the fuck in it. Stop deviating all over the place. If you are a nerdy dude, stop checking for these thought bitches, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. I stay in my lane. I purposely pick men who are nerdy. Okay, I like the social outcast because I am a social outcast. So I fit very well, but I just wish those men understood that too. They don't. Glitches over bitches. From different cultures and knowledge is power. I can speak a few languages, but spelling the language is hard. Some Korean and Spanish. Yeah, so yeah, I was raised around Hispanic people, so I know Spanish. I know Spanish. I learned a little Japanese. I know a little Polish. I know a little Urdu, which is Hindi. I know a little bit of German. And I know a little bit of Russian. And I think that's about it. But yeah. I just wish I don't know. I realize that I probably gonna have to wait another couple years for niggas, for the dude that I'm thinking about in my head, and I'm also about in terms of a look. Because my range of what I like in a man is different. I can like a black dude that looks like Seti is fine as fuck. And I don't usually go after light-skinned dudes, but Seti is fine as fuck. He can get it, okay? But I also like dark-skinned men. So I'm not really pressed with what he looks like. It's the personality. What kind of fundamental beliefs does he adhere to? What is his mentality like? What is his personality like? And it's more than just money. It's more than just career. There's more to that in a man. And I've noticed that a lot of dudes, they don't want to be unique. Like, their brethren, King Samuels, Saint Kevin. I realize that y'all just want to be a copy and paste Tyrone. And I'm not interested in that. I'm really not. So I wish more men could find their uniqueness in their individuality, but not so to oppress women. Because y'all, it's kind of weird listening that y'all have, because I was talking to a dude from off of here, and I thought he was different, but it turns out he was just like them. So it does become difficult because, okay, damn, personality is how I like it. Awesome. We do have similar fundamental beliefs. That's great. But then you start referencing Kevin Samuels and niggas from the manosphere, and I'm just like, how are you able to be this but listen to these niggas? That's what scares me. This is why I really don't end up dating dudes, because at the end of the day, you lie and you pretend and you'll say, okay, well, yeah, I'm this way, and then something slips. You let the Kevin Samuels name slip. You let Donovan Sharp's name slip. You'll name really suspect niggas that I'm just like, first of all, I don't listen to these dudes, and when I did, a lot of the shit they said is problematic and very anti-women. Motherfuckers be like, oh, well, you listen to Cynthia G. Again, I don't hate men, and I don't think Sin hates men. She's just disappointed, and she's willing to teach her sisters how to deal with you niggas psychologically. I don't think any black woman should be subservient to a man who is lying about his fundamental beliefs just to get in your pants. I don't see any logic in doing that. When I'm honest with a lot of dudes will say I'm capping. And this is, again, I hate that fucking word, because a cap is a hat. But again, niggas like to create our own terminologies, but whatever. Like a dude would ask me, like, what is your type of man? And I'll tell them what type of man that I like. And they're like, oh, that's cap. How's that cap? Like, you can literally look at my nigga resume. All the niggas fit along that line. They just lied about it at the end of the day. So, you know how many dudes I talk about? Like, my second to last ex, he got me talking about, oh yeah, gardening and shit like that. The nigga never touched a fresh vegetable in his fucking life, but talk about gardening. You niggas be lying. Stop lying. That's for one. No, you can't have Seti. LJK. In my mind, he has been mine for 10 years. I met him once. His mind is beautiful. He's married. I'm sad now. Yeah. I know. Like, bruh. Seti can get it, okay? When he be going in and he be saying crackers, bruh. The punani. The waterworks be going, man. Whenever I see him get riled, he be like, damn crackers. I'd be like, yes, that's the type of energy that I like in a black man. Like, bruh, we decimating crackers out here type of shit. I fuck with that type of energy. So it's like, he's a breath of fresh air. I wish there were more men like that. You know what I'm saying? And, he's about his family, and I've never seen his baby mama. I think his baby mama is she dark skinned? Is she a brown sister? I don't know. But, I've seen his kids. His kids are beautiful. So I wish a lot of dudes were like that. Headstrong in their beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Perseverant. They just going in on, and he be educating the motherfucker. I'd be like, oh shit, I ain't know about none of this shit. And I'd be listening and I'd be feeling so empowered. That is what I want. I don't feel pressed when a man is smarter than me. I don't feel pressed by that at all. I love it when a man educates me. I want to sit down and say, yes, absolutely. I learned something today. Yeah, go ahead. Keep preaching, brethren. I honestly I hate being the one teaching niggas. It's tiresome. Oh no, she's a cute light brown lady. Okay, listen, as long as she's black, I don't care. I know a lot of these colorist women like, oh, she has to be dark skinned, bruh. As long as she's black, I don't care. Okay, I don't really care. It says SETI, that energy in Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, it's all sexy. Yeah, hell yeah. I need me a dude like Khalid Muhammad looking at a white man to his face, calling him caveling type shit. That's the type of energy I'm on, because I do it. I'm not saying I go up to any random white person and call him caveling. I'm not saying that. But if a white person gets smart with me, I'm like, look, you need to tune that down a little bit, or you need to go in a cave and stand there in the corner. I'll say shit like that. And I don't mind saying it to your face. I wish I knew a man like that. They'll say all this shit online, but in reality, they don't have that same type of energy. And then they get mad when they get with a woman who has that energy, and they don't. Either level up, get your shit together, or get the fuck out of my face. Yeah, Sin doesn't have a problem with black first brothers. Yeah. Listen, I've been listening to Sin since she was on Facebook, before she even got banned off of Facebook, bro. Sin was spitting hot fire about white supremacy. That's where I learned a lot of my white supremacist understanding of white supremacy. I actually learned it from her. Destruction of Black Civilization, that book, the 100 what is that other book? I can't remember what's the title, but 100 years of torment of black men, all the different news clippings of black people being killed and shit like that. Those were references that I learned from her. She was originally teaching us how to identify white supremacy, how to deal with white supremacy, how to work with black men with white supremacy. It was black men. It was black men like O'Shea, all of them niggas that was attacking her content. So at first, when she switched over and she was talking about the psychology of black men, at first I was like, oh damn, sis, like damn. But as I started listening, I was like, okay, well damn, maybe it's just the swirling men that's in her area, because I knew she was living in Washington at the time. So swirling men have a different mentality, of course. I've dealt with swirling men, so I know how they think. But as I started dealing with, I started applying some of her logic in my own personal understanding, just like vetting men a little bit more, not necessarily like cutting their balls off type of shit, just vetting them better. I realized that there's a lot of subconscious hatred that they have that they pass off as masculinity. And I'm actually disappointed and upset that she is accurate about some of these things. I don't believe all black men are like this, but I do believe that a vast majority of black men have this mentality, but I don't believe all of them necessarily execute it. Kind of like me. I was raised around toxic people. I had toxic parents. To a certain degree, I do have toxic traits. I'm not going to sit here and say that my shit don't stink. I do have toxic traits, but I'm not going to sit here and glamorize that shit. A lot of y'all niggas glamorize being toxic. A lot of women on here glamorize being toxic. You have women on here talking about, oh, I don't need to do the shadow work. The mere fact that you say that you don't have to do the shadow work tells me that you need to do the shadow work immediately. I've not been off my shadow work since I was 19. And I don't think it's ever going to stop. I'm constantly changing, I'm constantly evolving, I'm constantly being a better version of myself. The shadow work is a daily thing. Last year, I was part of the black male worshiping brigade. Here I am a whole year later. I don't hate black men, but I sure as hell am not going to worship your ass like I used to. And you're going to feel the difference. You're going to feel a difference. I'm no longer going to be the type that's going to just randomly meal prep something and just come by your house and we eat. I'm no longer going to do that. I'm no longer going to offer my kindness to you. I'm no longer going to I'm no longer going to do that anymore. I'm no longer going to do that. Even if you are a good person, I'm not going to do that because I've never, ever, and again, y'all can say, oh, it was picking wrong, or just, y'all just bad selection, or just Houston is trash. I've never, like, this whole, oh, men do things for me, men buy this, my men, I've never had that before. I've never had a man buy me anything. Like, hey, babe, I bought you this. Never. And I'm 30 years old. I'll be 30 in 3 months. And I have never had a man treat me that way. Ever. And people say, oh, you gotta treat yourself the way people treat you. Bitch, listen. I'm not like some of these women who like to treat themselves with a shopping spree. That's just not my type of thing. I like to maybe treat myself to electronic or something. So I never had a man out of the kindness of his heart buy me flowers. I have actually had my girl roommate, my female roommate, buy me flowers. She brought me these beautiful, mind you, we're not dating. We're just roommates. I've known her for like 10 years. She brought me, first of all, one of my favorite flowers in my favorite color, and I've never told her that tulips were my favorite flowers, nor have I ever told her that orange flowers are my favorite. Never told her that. She came at my job with a whole bouquet of orange tulips. Never had a man do that for me. I've never had a man, but I've been in like maybe 3 major relationships in my life. And I say major because I was with them for over a year. All the other ones, I don't count them. None of those niggas ever bought me flowers. I had my fuck buddy buy me a cookie cake, but that's only because he wanted to fuck, and that was on Valentine's Day. I've never had a man genuinely buy me a bouquet of flowers simply because he loved me and these flowers reminded him of something. Never. Not one time. Been with this man. I've been with this other dude for, I would say, about 1.5 years. I did everything. You see how like some of these women, they'll tell you, oh, I did everything for a man. When I tell you I was a stupid... Listen, back then, this was my first major relationship, so I didn't know any better. I know better now. But back then, I was a stupid bitch that gave the nigga my keys. And he drive my car type of shit. I was a stupid one that allowed a motherfucker to live with me, not do anything. I paid damn near all of the fucking bills. The only thing he contributed to the relationship was mediocre peen and Reggie. Not even enough to buy the good dro, not the loud, not the gas, the Reggie. The stems, the shit that give you headaches type of shit. I was the one that helped him get a job at my job. He got himself fired after 3 months. He's the one that his car got fucked up, so he ended up driving up my car. He was the one where I had to drive him to and from work for 6 fucking months. 5:30 in the fucking morning. That was me. And he just, when he lost his car, he got his car back. Not his car back. He bought a new car. He got a new job. The week after he got his new car, he left. Didn't even pay rent. None of that. He got a new job, and I said, please, can you help pay rent? Because I was trying to get back into school that year. And he left. I was 25 and stupid. I was in love. No one really educated me about this type of stuff. So when I went through I didn't go through it knowing everybody else's shit, and I did not genuinely know what was going on. And so when I listened to some of y'all ladies on here these last few years talking about you bitches need to stop doing this shit, y'all gotta stop helping these niggas, I have to include myself. And yeah, we've all been pick-me's at one point. Yeah, listen, I wasn't a pick-me for male validation. I was a pick-me because the men in my family, the women that stuck by them, they end up marrying them. So I have an uncle. He is a blue-collar man. His wife is the educated one. She's a social worker. He's a blue-collar mechanic. They've been together for 20-something years, almost as old as me. I think they got married after I was born. I can't remember. But she stood by him. But my uncle was also raised to acknowledge that a woman, although her position is considerably low in society, if she's able to stick by you while you're going through all of this shit and you're trying to get yourself together, that's somebody worthy. If she was there with you to build while she was with you and she's building herself up and you helping her to build too and she's helping you build, that's someone you marry. That's what I grew up seeing. So me getting into this relationship with this man, and I'm thinking I'm in love with him and stuff like that. And when I think about it now, child, please, Lord, I'm so glad I'm not with this man again. But, it's something like that. And so when you see that, that is the only thing you understand. That's what I was taught. So I was not taught that some niggas are not worthy of that type of devotion. I was not raised to view it that way. And when it happened to me, I kind of felt, I felt really stupid. And of course, like 2 years later, of course, I lost my little weight, looking a little cute, got my 6-pack abs, posting on Instagram, being the cute person that I am, blah, blah, blah. And of course, he's trying to get back with me. And I've told every single one of the men that I've been with, if you and I are together and we just so happen to break up, just know you will never get pussy from me again. And they think I'm joking. Oh, girl, I know, man. You just I've never fucked any of my ex-boyfriends. He came back. Mind you, I did him dirty, actually. Although I did all of that shit for him, I was the one that did him dirty. I'm going to be honest about that. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, you cheated on me. No, I cheated. Okay? I was a foul one. I was the dirty one in this situation. So when he left, to a certain degree, I was like, look, you ain't shit, bitch. You done fucked that up. But then I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, hold on. You were paying, I was paying like $1,400 in bills, and he probably contributed maybe like $100 or $200 in the whole year and a half that we were together. I took him out for his birthday to a really nice restaurant. Bought him some clothes. I took him clothes shopping. Took him out to dinner. Went to a movie. I can't remember. We did some other stuff. And my birthday was 2 months later. You know what this nigga got me for my birthday? I bought him like maybe like $100, $200 worth of clothes. Because at the time, think about it. If I'm making all the money and I wasn't working a job that was paying that much, that was really that's a lot for me. Because I don't buy clothes for myself. I really don't. Because I'm a minimalist when it comes to clothes. I wear like the same kind of colors, black, gray, and white all the time. So t-shirts and gym pants. So I don't do all that extra shit. I bought him clothes, I bought him shoes, dinner, all that shit. This nigga bought me a bear from CVS. He didn't even go to Build-A-Bear in the mall to get me a cute Build-A-Bear. He got me a bear from CVS. The nigga didn't even get me chocolate with the fucking bear. Just a bear for my birthday. Our little anniversary, the nigga didn't buy me anything. He didn't even set up a beautiful date. You know what we did? We got wings from Buffalo Wild Wings. So to a certain degree, when I cheated on him, which that wasn't the right thing for me to do. It wasn't right. I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, yeah, it was, the nigga wasn't doing shit, but just know I wasn't I wasn't being catered to the way I was catering to him. I wasn't being sexually satisfied. And so I made a grave mistake by, of course, doing what these niggas love to say that we always do. Cheat. Okay, I cheated. Cool. I had to overcome the fact that although I was being emotionally neglected, I also put myself in that situation by recognizing that I was, and I was still dating this man. That's the accountability that I've taken from it. I shouldn't have cheated on him. I should have just left him. Was it lemon pepper wings? No, there was some basic ass barbecue shit. He didn't even buy the party pack. He bought like 20 and we ended up sharing it. My nigga. I was young. I didn't know any fucking better. I learned now. And he was a mama's boy. And this is why I don't date. It's actually not him. Is the last boyfriend after him. Is I realized that I need to not date men who don't have fathers in their life. He doesn't have to necessarily be married to the mom, but at least you were raised with your dad, because my God, a lot of these dudes was not raised. They didn't have a father, period, type of shit. And you can tell there was no structure in how they operated in their life. They were just all over the place. I don't know. I was a fool, though. I was young and stupid. Am I bashing single moms? Why would I bash single moms? It wouldn't make any sense for me to bash single mothers when the father wasn't there. When I spoke to the two men that I was with, their fathers not being in their life was not because the mother didn't want them to be in their life, but literally because the father chose not to be in their life. Yes, I'm not dating mama's boys. I have no issues with single mothers, but I have an issue with mama's boys. There's a difference. There's a difference. I understand your mom may have been single, but was your father still in your life is what I'm talking about. My mother was a single mother, but I had my father in my life. I'm talking about men who actually did not have any father in their life at all is what I'm talking about. I have no issue with single mothers because most women who are, my mom was not a single mother because she wanted to be a single mother. My mom was a single mother because my father made her a single mother. If the father in the child life is toxic, it doesn't matter. The results will be the same. That's facts too. As I was illustrating with my situation, I had a very active and present father, but to a certain degree, there was a lot of toxicity going on. As I've gotten older, I just had to compartmentalize and differentiate what was toxic and what was a lesson being learned type of shit. Now, a lot of black men, most don't know their dad. Again, most don't know their dad because of who? The father didn't want to make themselves known or the mom? Because I do know that there are some mothers out here who don't want their children to know their fathers. And if the father ain't shit, why should the mother let the child know who that father is? I'm confused. Okay, you created a child with this man. But after you realize that because a lot of dudes change when the child is born. A lot of dudes change. I have one of my good friends. She was with this dude, and in the back of my mind, I sensed something was off with the dude. But again, it's not my man, so I didn't want to say anything rude or whatever, or be lying about something. But he was quintessentially the stand up guy, right? Until his first child was born, and then he completely changed after that. And then that's why. And then once she didn't stop her children from seeing their father, because that would be irresponsible. But as far as when it came to, like, when there was some toxicity going on in the relationship, yeah, she didn't really want the kids to be around that type of energy. And I understand why. I do understand why. There are a lot of men who change once the child is born. And that's a fact. There's a lot of men who change once they get married. They'll be perfect. Be great. Everything is wonderful. Then they get married and he start beating on the woman. Never hit her at all in the relationship. Never was hostile towards her or any of that kind of stuff. But the moment that they get married, he starts beating on her. Then you niggas will come online talking about you should have picked better. If he didn't beat you in a relationship, why would you think he would beat you when you're married? Niggas switch up all the time. And then y'all keep telling us to just accept when men change. I'm pretty sure the man that my mom knew before I was born is not the same man that I end up growing up with, because that's, from what she used to write in her diary, that man has changed a lot. So much so to the point where when I was younger, my mom was giving me warnings. And I didn't understand. I was like, damn, mom, you really do hate my dad. She didn't hate him. She wanted me to be cautious. She didn't want me to not see my father, but at the same time, she was like, look, he's going to fuck with your mind because he used to do the same thing to me. I was like, man, he's not going to do that. I'm his daughter. I'm his firstborn. He loves me. And it was up until she passed, I realized what my mom was trying to tell me. She was trying to warn me about him all this time. Niggas change. A lot of you men change after the fact. A lot of these dudes that I end up going with and stuff like that before we moved in together, they were great. My last ex, this man was perfect. Literally thought like, wow, I done met the one. When I tell you our first date lasted from 6 p.m. to 2 o'clock in the morning and we didn't fuck, I felt that connection. We were vibing. The moment I moved in with this man, he completely changed. All the things that I thought we were, we had an understanding on, all of a sudden, as soon as I moved in with him, he no longer adheres to those beliefs. Y'all be lying. Just say that. You lied to get the pussy, and then you realize that, damn, this woman is good, and you have to keep continuing with the lies. Y'all do that. I'm not saying that women don't do it. I don't date women, so I don't know what to talk about. I think that there are red flags that chicks missed. Why are y'all... There were some red flags. There's a difference between recognizing red flags and not knowing whether or not that's a red flag. There were certain things that my exes used to do that I didn't understand were red flags until they started to do it. I didn't realize that those things were considered red flags. Like a man wanting to move in with you after only just a few months of knowing each other. At the time, when I was younger, again, me being naive, I did not know that was considered a red flag for me. I did not know that when men say certain things that's considered a red flag. So when y'all say that chicks miss red flags, you think that every woman is able to recognize fuck shit. I think that's what a lot of y'all niggas like to do in these spaces. Like, for an example, if I get with a dude, first of all, I don't get with pookies and ray-rays. That's just not my thing. Because the men in my family are not pookies and ray-rays. So I'm not attracted to that type of vibe. So when y'all motherfuckers, y'all like to come on like my videos and shit and talk to me, oh, what about NBA Youngboy? First of all, NBA Youngboy is not my type. That's for one. A lot of y'all dudes automatically assume that if a woman finds you attractive, that she's gonna bust her whole pussy open for you and shit like that. example, I find Future very attractive. Would I fuck him? No. Would I have a child with a man like Future? Hell no. But y'all think, because y'all are men and you think with your dicks and balls, you think that we have the same mindset. I don't necessarily, again, you're saying cap, and I'm telling you the truth. I literally just said, I find Future attractive. As far as me fucking Future, no, I wouldn't fuck him. Because Future is not my type. And here y'all niggas go talking about cap. You're speaking on literally you're talking on my experience, and you're saying it's a big cap. I'm telling you, if Future was to come up to me and talk about, oh, you know, you want to talk to me and all that kind of stuff, okay, you being good looking does not mean I'm going to fuck you. It really doesn't mean that, especially knowing what kind of person he is. No, I won't fuck him. So get off of that that's big cap. It's not big cap. Just because you will fuck anything that's fine with a pussy doesn't mean every woman is going to fuck every man who's fine with a dick. Please, get off of your high horse. Do not speak for me, okay? I've always had a type. It's always been the same. I've always gone after the goofy types because I'm the goofy type. Yeah, just because a man is good to look at doesn't mean a woman want the sex. Exactly. That it doesn't mean that listen, if that were the case, I would have so much fucking bodies on me, bro. Listen, I live in Houston. There's some good looking brothers down here. Real talk. But that don't mean I'm going to give you my pussy. It don't mean anything. Hold on. I was actually talking to this dude. When I tell you that this man visually is like the quintessential, listen, if his mind was screwed on right, I would worship the ground he walked on, because visually he was fine as fuck until I start talking to this man. And when I started having an actual conversation with this man, he became increasingly unattractive. The man was looking so delicious with his 8-pack abs, and oh my god, he was black and he was so radiant and just brown and melanated, and his locks were neat, and oh, he was looking delicious. But boy, with every word that came out of that man's mouth, he was becoming more and more unattractive. So yeah, if I was to see him and have a conversation with him, I would look at him, oh yes, scanning you up and down, but I am not fucking you, because I consider myself to be a sapiosexual. Your intellect has to stimulate my pussy. You being visually fine is not enough for me personally. It helps, but there needs to be some type of conversation going on. What's wrong with Future's personality? Are you serious, dude? Do you listen to his music? Do you listen to the shit that he says? Do you see the type of women that he associates himself with? First of all, the type of woman that he associates himself with, I'm not his type. So there's that. So listen, Future only goes after baddies. I'm not a baddie. So I'm cool if homeboy skips me. Okay? Honestly, like, I feel like some of y'all dudes, because you're in this, again, this male worshiping, Sierra is a fine ass woman. She's a baddie. I'm not a baddie. And just because Sierra gave him attention, first of all, Sierra gave him attention and she left his ass to get with an actual decent man. So I'm not sure what she was trying to go there. Again, y'all niggas, when y'all compute things together, it's 2 + 2 = 7 to you niggas. But yeah, everything is wrong with Future. Okay? There's a lot of things that's wrong with him. And him being fine doesn't mean that I need to give him my pussy. Sierra decent and can dance and may have a good heart. I think, I don't know her personally, but I see how a man who actually loves and respects her has brought out the best in her. I can definitely sense that, because I do remember when she was in a relationship with Future, First of all, he didn't make her feel like a, he didn't make her look like a decent person. And she never really came across as a happy woman when she was with him. So, yeah. And they had one kid together, yeah. And, you know, we kind of already know that the dynamics, well, not all of it, but we kind of know the dynamics that goes on between those two. I don't feel that Future wants to see her. I think the only reason why Future wants to see his kid is because now she's actually being loved on by a man that respects her, and he didn't. I've noticed this. I've noticed a lot of dudes. There was this video on Instagram that I was watching the other day where this man, he came over to his baby mama's house with a gun at 6 a.m. in the morning to come get his kid. And there were people in the chat that were saying, I bet you he has a new girlfriend and he's trying to show out so he can go back to his old girlfriend and say, see, my baby mamas don't want to. I've actually seen that happen before. But yeah, Sierra was alive with Future. Russell dulls her shine. How does Russell dull her shine? I'm really lost here. Russell was the one that bought her rights to the masters to her music. Did Future did that? Mind you, they were both in the same career. Again, you niggas liked he's boring. How would you know he's boring? Again, I actually like the boring, nerdy types because we're in the same lane. Okay? I'm just because she is, I know you got my goodies, and you see her dancing and stuff like that in her music, doesn't mean that in her personal life she's not as, you know, homebody and just introvert as you think. So I don't think Russell is boring, actually. I think most men who are raised to be, who aspire to be fathers, aspire to be husbands, are going to be perceived as boring to niggas who like to pump and dump every bitch on the planet. That's why he seems to be boring to you. Because he doesn't want to slap bitches and, oh man, I'm going to slap this hoe. You know, fuck these bitches. I'm going to pump and dump this bitch. I'm going to make her my 7th baby mama type of shit. That's what you call excitement. That's not excitement. I would actually prefer a man like Russell. I want a man who's just all about his children. He loves to take cute, corny pictures with his sons and love on me and stuff like that and say, wow, my wife looks so beautiful, pregnant with my other child. Most women want a man like that. The women who want men like Future, I find those women actually quite problematic, to be honest. The women who are entertaining niggas like young NBA YoungBoy, yeah, those girls have issues. There's no way, listen, I don't care how much money you make. If I find out that you have herpes, I'm not going to volunteer my pussy to you just because you have money. I don't understand. I really don't understand where y'all niggas are at in your mentality these days. I truly don't understand. You have a nigga here called Young East, because he sound like an Old West motherfucker, telling me, cap me. You don't know me from a can of paint. I've actually never seen you in my chat before talking about I'm capping because I wouldn't want to fuck Future. I literally gave you a reason as to why I wouldn't fuck Future, because I'm a sapiosexual. You being fine is not enough for me. It's not. It's not enough. You being fine as fuck is not enough for me. You making a lot of money is not enough for me, because those things don't faze me. For some women, it may impress some women. It don't impress me. It doesn't impress me. I'm not interested. And I actually did a video on this. I did a video on this a couple of weeks ago. The type of dude that I prefer, he has to be well balanced. Future is not balanced. Facts. Russell's an NFL future Hall of Famer. 90% of women would love him. I don't like Russell because he's a Hall of Famer. I like Russell because he, from what I'm seeing, I don't even know the man from a can of paint, but from what I'm seeing, when I follow him on Twitter and I follow their family on Instagram and stuff like that, I see how much he loves her. Dulling her shine, what I'm trying to figure out, what has he done to dull her shine besides give her two beautiful and healthy babies that he loves and protects. He's even loving and protecting on her child with Future, the dusty nigga that, because a lot of y'all niggas like to come on here again. This is why I cannot stand you niggas. You are so contradictory in the conversations that y'all have. You talk shit about single mothers, but then when a single mother does better, picks a better option, which in her case was Russell, so much so to the point where not only has he accepted her being a single mother, he has called her son with this ain't shit Pookie and Ray Ray his son. I see his post. He calls her son his son. And you niggas, you dusty Magalites, call him a simp. But you're still crying about single mothers. I'm confused. You're crying about single mothers not having a male figure for their sons, but as soon as a woman decides to do better and get a man who actually doesn't mind being a single, who doesn't mind the fact that she was a single mother, who doesn't mind the fact that she had a child with somebody else, even if it wasn't with a Pookie and Ray Ray, I don't think she tricked him, because I feel like Homeboy's been trying to pursue her for a minute. But I think the reason why it didn't hit off as quickly as it is because she was fresh out of relationship with that dusty ass motherfucking dude. And of course, I get where she wouldn't want a random dude around her fucking child. I get that part. She was fortunate enough to meet a dude who not only was able to take her for what she is, but to deal with also her fucking ain't shit baby father and accept her child. And therefore now he is being a father figure for her kid, because a lot of you niggas keep talking about how children don't have father figures. But y'all steady on YouTube trying to find father figures in kitten heels. A nigga with... Whenever I see this nigga in pants, I get a yeast infection watching this nigga wear skinny jeans. I get cyber yeast infection seeing this nigga with a man... I'm a woman. The last time I carried a purse was maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. I don't carry purses. I don't. If I'm going to the hair store, I have my phone, because I have my wallet on my phone. I have the little pop socket shit. I don't walk in any store with purses and shit. But here we have a whole 50-year-old nigga telling you black mens, y'all spent the last 3 or 4 years trying to combat the whole toxic masculinity rhetoric, but you're listening to Saint Kevin giving women on social media cyber bacterial vaginosis, cyber UTIs, cyber yeast infections, because you're wearing tight pants that I'm pretty sure you haven't washed in the last 4 months, that has holes in it, a man purse, kitten heels, and a sprayed on hairline. But you're mad because Russell Wilson is being a stepfather to someone's pickney. 2 + 2 = 7. Do I think Kevin is gay? My gaydar is like 1,000% accurate. Not only do I think he's gay, I think he's struggling with that concept. So when you're struggling with that concept, I can sit here and say, okay, look, that woman is fine over there. I don't have an issue saying that. If you're a woman, okay, so I have to be a whole lesbian because I think another woman is attractive. The way that Kevin is basically positioning himself on his platform, he's trying to get himself some high value pussy. Listen, if I was I'm gonna do a live stream one day I want to do a parody though. I'm gonna do a parody with my sis Mother Earth. I'm gonna sit on my panel. I'm gonna wear my nice little tight shirt, my big ass male glasses, because he wears female glasses. I'm a glasses wearer, so I know what the glasses that he's wearing in his shows, especially the black big ones. Those are female glasses, but okay. I know for a fact if I was to sit here and ask another female, how wet is your pussy? I shouldn't, it's going to be illogical for me to be pressed with when people are saying, oh, I think Ajia is lesbian. Because if only a lesbian would care about how wet is another woman's pussy is. Even if I'm talking to a sister about other dudes, there's absolutely no situation would I ever ask a woman how wet is her pussy? How big is your titties? Did you shave or wax your booty hole? These are not conversations that I would have with another sister. Not as a straight woman, no. No, I'm not. That's weird. But I will say that, okay, if I find a woman attractive, I'm going to say she's beautiful. Because that's true, right? I do understand that some men will think it's gay if they say, oh, that man is attractive. If you're just saying it subjectively, as in like you as a man being respective of the fact, okay, there are other men out there who are actually decent looking, I don't think it's gay for you to say that someone is attractive. I don't think that's problematic. I think it's problematic if I was to ask you how big is your dick if I'm not planning to sit on it. That's problematic. Sorry, I have to get my charger. But, I mean, listen. People keep asking, doesn't matter if he's gay or not. When you're talking about heterosexual dynamics between males and females in relationships, getting my rhetorics from a man who used the analogy of the Greeks fucking little boys as a society that can run without women, that is suspect. As a historian, I can think of a few societies besides the Greeks where the women were considered the least populated in the community and they still were able to be self-sustained. Why did you have to use Alexander the Great as your example? That is suspect to me, okay? Especially as someone who's read about Greek lifestyle. Them niggas is disgusting, okay? So, yes, again, critical thinking is lacking in our community a little bit. So when you, hold on, let me say this slowly. When you use examples such as Alexander the Great to talk about a society of high functioning males, understand this, the Greek and the Romans fell because of those ideologies. So y'all go ahead and go listen to this nigga, okay? Y'all go ahead and give us vicarious yeast infections and shit like that. But just so you know, a community cannot function without either or. That's for one. But you isolating the wombs that create your actual existence, yeah, that I'm trying to meet y'all halfway, but y'all motherfuckers can't even meet me like 20%. Cause Even, okay, let's just say, even if he wasn't gay, let's just say he wasn't gay. Still, why did you have to bring up Alexander the Great to prove your point again? I'm lost. But y'all go ahead. Listen, you caping for Kevin Samuels is helping us, okay? I no longer feel no type of way when I see certain names in his chat and stuff like that. I'm fully aware. When I see people in my comments and then I see you under his comments, I understand, right? And that's why I addressed you accordingly. Like Young East, you are the type of dudes that I be talking about. I don't like when men speak for me. That's for one. My dad used to do that all my life. And I hated that shit. Because my dad would say everything that my dad used to speak on me. Hence why my family disowned me. Because my dad was saying a whole lot of fucking lies about me. And because I was a child, you know. It's a West Indian thing. The picnic not know nothing. Alright? Picnic not know nothing. The picnic's supposed to be seen but not heard type of shit. So as I've gotten older and I'm having conversations with family members and they're saying certain things, I'm like, where did y'all hear that from? A lot of you niggas like to lie and over exaggerate. This is why I get very angry. I physically get viciously angry when a lot of you men speak, especially if you're talking to me. If you're talking about general women, I kind of get what you're saying, right? But if you're speaking directly to me and you start saying shit like, oh, that's cap. Oh, that's cap. Oh, that's cap. Because you're used to the other dusty bitches that y'all hang out with. I don't kind of like that type of shit because I wish y'all would take individual women serious. I wish you would be, I try to take every different man differently. I try to take him as he is. But then the more I get to know that man, I'm starting to realize that he's a copy and paste of ideologies, doctrines. He's not his own person. You know what I'm saying? Like when I walk around and I have my own ideologies and beliefs, you will never, much respect to Sinji, much respect to Nyla, much respect to Paris, but you will never see me mention their names in a relationship with a man. I will never mention their names. Ever. But the last few dudes that I was talking to mention other people, other men off of the manosphere's names. I don't think y'all can think for yourself. Yeah, I don't believe most women are their own person. And this is why a lot of women do this thing called spiritual healing. See, y'all niggas like to come online and you like to laugh and kiki when women are talking about their spiritual journey, but that's what it means. Finding who you are. Setting a precedence, setting the standard of being an individual, being different. Okay, yes, we do have a lot of things in common. Me as a black woman, I have a lot of things in common with other black women. But at the end of the day, how I respond to certain things is not the same like every black woman. But a lot of you men treat us as all the same. That's what I'm not understanding. When you say all cap, this is what when you say that's cap, this is what you're saying to me. You're dismissing my individual experience. That's what you're doing. You're dismissing that fact and therefore placing me in these categories, in these boxes that I actually don't fit into. I don't fit into single mother boxes because I'm not a single mother. I don't fit into these boxes of I hate men because I don't hate men. There's a huge difference between disappointment and disdain. I wish y'all would actually look up the definitions of these words of what disappointment and disdain is. But a lot of y'all men will automatically assume that if I'm talking to a man and I'm having an issue with that man's how he acts, that somehow I hate all men. I don't hate all men. But I'm starting to understand that a lot of y'all niggas do not know how to think for yourself. I do know that there are a lot of women who don't know how to think for themselves. I do. I personally don't hang out with those women because they're not beneficial to my growth. I only hang out with women who are in their shadow work, doing the work. I don't hang out with women who think that their shit don't stink. I actually don't hang out with those type of women. Oh. Up in Houston, there is a 6'2" white man who's probably done something really bad, because I've gotten 2 fucking alerts in the last 12 hours about this dude. So I'm probably not gonna leave my house. Yeah. Because there's a lot of white dudes that fit that stereotype over here in the South. But it's really annoying. And I really wish, like, I've spoken to a few dudes who I thought really would understand what I'm talking about. But when it would ask me certain questions it's an individualized question. This is your emergency broadcast. You heard it then, right? Okay, I thought I was the only one. So, and they'll be like, well, do you do this? No, I don't. That's cap. What? I just said I've never done this. Well, that's cap, because I know women who do this. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen women do that, but I don't. Oh, that's cap. Just like, and I'm going to say his name because I'm being petty. Warren, the little dust bucket fucker. That dude, he was talking, I think we were talking about rating men and stuff like that. And I was saying in the chat, like, well, I don't rate men. If I find you attractive, I don't put you on a number scale. Because if you're attractive, for me, I don't know how you can rate someone's attractiveness off numbers. Because I don't think that there's a such thing as a perfect 10. I don't, because if there was a such thing as a perfect 10, that would mean that everybody and their mama would agree that that's a perfect 10. And I don't think, and this is just my example, I don't think every woman will find Jesse Williams a 10. To me, he's a 10, all right? But he's a 10 in his respective look. You see what I'm saying? Like, Jesse Williams is mixed. I don't usually go after mixed dudes, but Jesse Williams is fine as fuck, because I like mixed men who look more black than they do white. But I do think that there are men who are finer than him, but I don't put that on a number scale. Warren is like, yeah, you rate people because you rate people. I literally told him, I've never rated a man before. If I find you attractive, I find you attractive. If I find you unattractive, I find you unattractive. I don't necessarily feel that saying that you are a 3 or 4 means that you're ugly. Because let's just say if I was to rate somebody, I don't rate people just off of just looks. I will rate somebody based on everything combined. So there are dudes out here who look like 9s and have 3s for personalities, 4s for intellect. So you being fine doesn't save you, in my case. Niggas like Warren is telling me, cap, you don't know me from a can of paint. I don't speak to you, but you're telling me what I do. When I talk about what black men do, is not from, it's just seeing like little cases that Cynthia G posts on her YouTube. No, these are just examples that I've seen in my personal life. Like, I'm not saying this because, all of a sudden I'm seeing it. No, it's always been around. I just didn't know how to recognize it. Learning how to recognize the fuck shit is different than all of a sudden seeing it. I didn't all of a sudden see it because half of these dudes I knew for years. I just didn't understand what I was dealing with. Y'all niggas will be on here rating women a 6 at best. I personally, if I was to rate myself, I don't put myself on this weird numerical pedestal that y'all niggas be doing. It's weird. And a lot of women do it too. Oh, I'm a bad bitch. And I don't aspire to be a bad bitch. If that makes me wrong or whatever, so be it. But I feel like a lot of women will chastise another woman for not wanting to be a bad bitch. And I'm just like, okay, I don't think it's difficult to install lashes. I don't think it's difficult to up your makeup game. I don't think it's difficult to wear nice clothes. I don't think it's difficult to lay your wig, put on nails, get your toes done. I don't think that part is difficult, right? I think being a bad bitch is more than just a look. It's a mentality and a way of life, both of which I can't do. I don't have that mentality, nor do I adhere to that way of life. I don't If I was to win $1 million, you're not gonna see me spend it on jewelry. That won't be the first thing you'll see me buy. That's for one. But I bet young niece is like, oh, that's cap. Whatever. But I just wish a lot of y'all men would take these individual women since you want a different type of woman, I wish you would take the time to get to know her as an individual and stop comparing her to other women. If she starts comparing you to other men, you need to leave her, sir. I don't deal with men who like to compare me to other bitches. I don't want you to get with me because you're sick and tired of bad bitches and how they treat you. You need to just be with me because I'm right for you. I see a lot of black women, they talk about divest. They're not divesting because they realize that there's more out there besides black men. They're divesting because they hate black men, okay? If I was to ever divest, first of all, I would never divest. That's for one. I'll probably go to like a mixed person, black, white, or whatever, or Asian black, or something mixed with black, that's fine. But as long as that person doesn't have self-hate for their black side, that's cool. But I think we do these extraneous decisions and we don't take the time to really sit down and really think about the decisions that we're making. Like, okay, sis, are you dating white men because you truly like them? Or are you just dating them because you hate black men? The white guys that I know in my circle, which is like 3, they don't hate white women. They don't hate their own women, but they don't like some of the things that they embody. I know a few white guys who actually, some of the white girls that they used to date, they stopped dating them because they kept trying to copy black women but not give black women their due justice type of shit. I don't hang out with racist white people, okay? I actually deal with white people who understand what's going on. So that's probably why I only have, like, again, 3 white people as friends. Hold on. God damn, it's 3 hours? Let me get the fuck off of here. Y'all motherfuckers is getting on my last nerve. Not playing. But no, I wanted to come on here originally because I wanted to do a response on what Irene was talking about with the whether or not you want to be pretty and educated or stupid and pretty. I will pick to be pretty and educated any day. I want to be the mother that my mother never was. I want to be fully educated, fully prepared for the generation that's going to come out of my womb. That also does matter with the type of men that I do pick. I wish black men would put in the same work in their spiritual work, in their spiritual journey, as much as some of the women that I'm seeing do. Right? We need to do better as a people. I realize that a lot of y'all kitten healers, I'm no longer going to try to educate y'all motherfuckers. You are a part of the Kitten Heal Brigade. That's cool, brethren. The moment that I figure out that you listen to his content, that y'all like this motherfucker, just know that I'm going to pick better. And that means I'm not picking you. That's it. It's really that simple. We don't need to have this constant dialogue. I refuse to have a dialogue. I'm not going to further have these pleading conversations with any man anymore. If you're talking to me and we're having a great conversation and you're like, man, I was just listening to this cool guy on YouTube, he was saying some really hot fire. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, what's his name so I can go look him up on YouTube? Oh yeah, his name is Donovan Sharp. Blocking. Immediately, I'm blocking. I'm not going to even ask you, no. Oh, we have a great time together. We are 98% compatible, but you listen to Kevin Samuels, that 2% right there will decimate the entire conversation. That's the funny thing. These are date black women, Paris, Nyla, Sin, Chrissy also, and they don't even date out. And these other men are mad in real life offline. They don't hate men either. Honestly, I don't believe these women hate men. But after a while, when you get sick and tired of when a child does something and they don't fucking listen, you get mad. You get upset. And no offense, but some of y'all men are acting like children. That's why a lot of women have to speak to you like a child. We don't want to. Trust me, I don't want to talk to no man like a child. I hate having to talk to a man like a child. But when I do speak to him like a grown-ass adult, he cannot handle that. He can't. It's not a matter of truth or, oh, you can't handle truth. It has nothing to do with that. I'm just speaking to you as an adult. And I realize that some of y'all can't handle that. You deflect, you antagonize, you harass, you gaslight. So much so to the point where when women question their very existence, that's where y'all want us to be. You want us to question our very existence so that you can manipulate it. And women are pushing back against that. We're pushing against being manipulated. And a lot of you niggas don't like it. Too fucking bad. The age of Aquarius is female. Get with the program. It's either you kneel at the grandocracy or you fight back. And I mean by fight back without raping or killing us. I'm talking about fight back as in just doing what you need to do. Fighting back is you having some self-preservation for yourself. That's what fighting back entails to me. Not calling bitches hoes. Not calling bitches. Okay? That's just the bitches. But not doing any of those. That's not revolutionary. It's not. You know what's revolutionary for you, brethren? Kings? It's for you to learn how to be a loving man. A loving individual. Not so hateful. Being masculine does not mean that you have to be hateful. And I think a lot of y'all equate hatred with masculinity. You equate aggression and violence towards women as masculine, but not violence and aggression towards other men. It's kind of strange, but whatever. I'll be doing this early ass lives. My bad, y'all. I know I probably should be going on when people are actually awake, but whatever. I just saw the live this morning and I was hype this morning. So I woke up at 4 because the ancestors have been waking me up at 3 for the last few months. So I've been just allowing them to wake me up so I can do my due diligence. Whatever. It's running on 4 hours, y'all. I might come on. No, I'm not. I was going to say I was going to come on later, but I probably won't. But y'all be good. I can't see y'all messages because I guess when I got the phone call, the chat stopped uploading. So I don't know who's in the chat. I don't know what the last comment is. So yeah. But y'all stay on the lookout because I'm about to do some trolling shit. I'm going to start posting more comedic stuff. I don't like being serious. So I'm going to be more comedic with y'all. Y'all go ahead and like, subscribe, comment. Bruh, I have 995 subscribers. I've been fluctuating between 995 subscribers and 1,003 for like the last 3 weeks. So I'm going to have to be more persistent on dropping some content. I'm not going to be doing any more of the short videos. I just do that because I like to repost some of the funny stuff that I see on TikTok. But I want to do a little bit more content. Y'all let me know in the comments what kind of content would you like me to do discussions on. I don't like necessarily doing gender war topics simply because I'm trying to stay away from males in general. So I don't want to entertain some of that stuff. I want to talk more so about, parenting. I know I'm not a parent, but I want to be. So I want to have that discussion. I would like to do an open panel talking to some of the B1 fathers. I've been meaning to want to do that for a while. I just want to have it prepared to where I have questions, have all the questions in a dialogue in a very professional manner. I want to have this conversation about Black fathers and how we need to progress further with that. As well as I want to do a panel with some of the mothers of the space and how we can better be parents. The age that we're in, I think this is a prime time where we have to do the change. I'm not willing to wait for my children to make the change for the community. I'm here now. They're not here. So my job is to do better. My job is to educate myself so I can be a better mother. We need to have that conversation. There needs to be more in the conversation, more so than what women can do for men or what men can do for women, but more so towards what we can do for ourselves, what we can do for our future, the outcomes of our children. And because my pro-blackness is through the minds of our babies. I realize that some of these old motherfuckers, y'all are a lost cause. I don't feel like I need to talk to you. I guess we can call that a generational thing. But I do understand that there are some older generation people who they're not beneficial to our community. Some are good, but I'm starting to really see that a lot of y'all old motherfuckers is problematic as fuck. So we need to have this conversation more so than ever. This is the perfect environment to do so. We need to learn how to network, not out of hate, but out of true progression. I don't hate black men. I don't hate black women. I'm very disappointed in where we have come. With all the shit that we've experienced in life in the last 2,000 years that we've been on this white supremacist shit, you know, I would have thought that we would have moved past a lot of these things, but we're still talking about shit like colorism. It's very strange to me. But anyway, I'm not sure if y'all can hear me. If y'all can't, it is what it is. I'm blabbing to myself. But yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. I've been on this shit for 4 fucking hours. I don't know why. I might chop this up because I've noticed that some of y'all don't like these long ass live streams because they're too long. But I be ranting and raving, and I'm Jamaican, so I talk a lot. But y'all go ahead, like, share, comment, subscribe, see me while I'm trying to have my motherfucking live streams with you niggas. But anyway, I was just gonna end that, but I just wanted to make sure that this live I had gotten down. Let me see. I'm just responding to the last comments. Oh shit! I didn't even realize. So many of y'all was commenting under this damn live. Oh yeah, I guess because when I got the emergency broadcasting system, it fucked up my the loading of the thing. So I'm just responding, and then I'm just gonna get out of here. And even if you don't hate black men or even want to date black men no more, that's your right to not date any more of them. I mean, like, dating another race is different than marrying another race. I know for a fact I won't marry another race of person. But as far as understanding, like, the culture of that person, that's just how I am when it comes to dating. I usually date for the culture aspect thing, so I can understand. This is why, for me, I personally wouldn't date or marry a Nigerian. Not because I don't like the Nigerian cultures, but is because we differ greatly. Jamaican, and we're very prideful people already as it is. So getting with a Nigerian person, for me, it will complicate it, especially dealing with the parents and stuff. It's a lot of shit going on. Sinji is a 5, Paris is a 7, 8 without makeup. Okay, you are a dumbass. But whatever. I realize that y'all niggas is remedial, so. What? Even if, okay, hold on, I'm just going through. It's a lot of Dussies in Chicago. I don't want them. I don't care if they have a good job either. I'm good. Book my tickets next month to August to Jamaica and Florida. I mean, watch out for them Jamaican men too, sis. First of all, why would I tell somebody that I'm of a content creator that I'm listening to for YouTube? That's kind of weird. Only men do that. I've noticed that it's only the men who ask who you're listening to on social media. I don't do that. If you want to listen to Kitten Heels, go ahead and listen to Kitten Heels. But the moment that you start acting like a kitten, I will know it. So just be mindful of that. I love myself. I'm sure you do. I love to roam around or do what I want to do in a relationship. I want to respect men, and we're very deep intellectual. Same here. I'm going to start really limiting my respect for men. That's my thing. I put men on this high pedestal. Let me see. I made an arrow typo. I meant they're black women and they care deeply and they don't date. Oh, I see what you're saying. They don't want to be free. Gotta leave where they are, dropping my flags. I'm fucking tired of. Yeah, no. Absolutely, you can invite. Yeah, I would like to actually have a conversation with all of the women in the B1 space. That would be awesome. I don't want to do that as my come up. You see what I'm saying? Like, I want to try to get my own subscribers off of like the content that I make and not necessarily the collabs, because I want to be seen as an independent person, but still be able to work with other women of the space. So, hey, Midtown Pokey, what's up? Geo Falls, it's the ones that's in their 20s and 30s and 40s also. Yeah, no more networking. I'm sorry. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of over that too as well. If not my family, friends, or from over here is hell about business. Not time to know shade it is. I know, sis. Anyway, I would like to do a gaming live. I keep saying that, but I realize that my game is trash. Oh my god, my shit is trash, bro. I need to start getting my shit together. That live where I think it was who was it? Good brother Q Butter, when he was talking about like, yeah, we need to start like supporting each other, getting like our shit together if we're really just trying to get into that information out there. Hell yeah, I'm for, supporting and getting Taz like his studio and all that kind of stuff. That'd be awesome. And I definitely need to get my shit together in terms of like if my content and whatever. But anyway, I just wanted to come back here so I can finish off that live because my phone died, so I didn't want to just leave y'all niggas. I didn't want to leave y'all niggas out there like that. But yeah, I think Young East, you are a kitten healer. I think you are a kitten healer, fam. I think you are. Because there's a difference between understanding what he's talking about and you sucking his dick till that shit like hits your tonsils. There's two different things, okay? So, like, again, like some of y'all, this is what y'all like to do. You think every woman who listens to Cynthia G hates men, and that's not always the case. It's the same thing. I have to accept the same with you men. Just because you listen to Kevin Samuels doesn't mean that I think you're a kitten healer. But the moment that you start saying trigger words like cat, when a woman tells you that she doesn't want to fuck a man like Future even though he's attractive, yeah, you're annoying as fuck. And I'm probably talking about you. But yeah, listen, I don't there's just certain people that I don't respect in terms of their doctrine. So once you start regurgitating the same thing that they say, I can't respect you. I would like you to have your own mind. So, but anyway, I'm gonna get off of here. Y'all have a good one. Y'all go ahead, like, comment, subscribe, and most likely, hopefully, I'll come back on here and talk about something else. But y'all have a good one. Be one.